Yo, what up? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your social media. All right, and let's get it popping. Now remember, make sure you guys go and check the community posts, or as you're scrolling through YouTube and you see a post, make sure you check it out. All right, because I got some things scheduled this week, and they're not all on Blacklight Revelations 1 and 2. They're scheduled on some of the other channels. So make sure you hit the bell and make sure that you're subscribed to those channels too. If you don't hit the bell, you know what I'm saying, then you might not get the notification. All right, so make sure that you have that popping off. Also, make sure that you follow me on my other social media on Twitch, Facebook, IG, and everything else. We got my man Bernie LCC in the building early. Y'all should listen to what this man is telling you. Subscribe and hit the notifications. You know what I'm saying? And level them thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Help your boy out with that. And also remember, on this channel and every other channel that I get monetized from here on out, the level 1 memberships will always only be 99 cents, or I mean $1. You know what I'm saying? So if you are interested and you are enjoying the content and you want to help and see the platforms grow, help your boy out, you know what I'm saying, with a membership. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I had a membership so low is because they help the analytics, you know what I'm saying? And, you shouldn't have to pay an arm and a leg, you know what I'm saying? If you want to help with the channel, you know what I'm saying? It should be something reasonable. And I think $1 is pretty reasonable. So that helps, you know what I'm saying? And thank you to all my existing members and my longtime members and my longtime subscribers. All right. So I think Izzy is going to come in at some point, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Devion, what's good with you, bro? Good to see you, man. As always, you already know. Tell my favorite coworker I said happy birthday. You know what I'm saying? I hope she enjoys her birthday. You know what I'm saying? Tell her, go shorty, it's your birthday. You know what I'm saying? So we got a lot to talk about today. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. And if you haven't watched the live stream that I did on the other channel, make sure you go and check that out. Watch it all the way through to the end. But there's more. All right. And I'm probably actually going to have to do another live stream in addition to this one to get all of that stuff together. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just a lot. So everybody knows that Cory Booker and the Democrats, they're like, oh, we're going to face decimation. We're going to be decimated if we don't get votes for the 2022 midterms. I'm going to give a whole bunch of reasons again why you shouldn't vote for him. Oh, you just told her, all right, that's what's up. Yeah, tell her I said enjoy, man. Tell her I said sip it up, pull it up, smoke it up, drink it up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what's up, man. I hope she have a good time. You know what I'm saying? She deserve it. So before Izzy gets in here, you know what I'm saying, we're going to look at a couple things. The first thing is Muhammad Noor is to be resentenced, all right, in Justine Ruzik's Damon's shooting. All right, so my question is, who all knows about this? Is there anybody that knows about this? Muhammad Noor, he is a police officer, a Somali American police officer in Minnesota, all right? The reason I think that they're doing this, despite the fact that it's been proven that this was an accidental shooting, it wasn't a purposeful shooting, is because they're trying to get the laws in place and get the precedent in place to be able to release Derek Chauvin. That's just what I'm thinking. But my question to you guys is, what do you think? So let's listen and see what this is talking about, shall we?
Imprisoned for killing a woman. We'll soon find out if his time behind bars will come to an end.
Tomorrow morning, a judge will sentence Muhammad Noor for a lesser second-degree manslaughter charge for shooting Justine Ruszczyk Damon. The new punishment comes after the state Supreme Court overturned his murder conviction last month, along with his 12.5-year prison sentence. Our Jeff Wagner has more on this major turnaround and how it got here. Jeff?
Yeah, Frank, for several weeks now, Noor has been in solitary confinement at Oak Park Heights Prison, awaiting tomorrow's hearing. It's possible his new sentence could make him a free man, given his time served, marking a much earlier than anticipated end to a case that began more than 4 years ago.
It was a tragic death that led to a landmark conviction in Minnesota, now on the verge of a dramatic third act. Justine Ruszczyk-Damon called 911 in July 2017 after hearing what she thought was an assault outside her South Minneapolis home. Officer Mohammed Noor and his partner responded. He testified he was startled by a bang sound on his squad car, then shot Ruszczyk as she approached the door. Revered for her bright and loving personality, Ruszczyk's death was a shock. Noor was charged with second and third degree murder and manslaughter. The trial ran several weeks in April of 2019, with the jury finding Noor guilty of third-degree murder, the first such conviction of a peace officer in Minnesota, as well as manslaughter. His attorneys appealed, and after more than 2 years in prison, the Minnesota Supreme Court overturned the third-degree murder conviction. The attorney for Ruszczyk's family says they strongly disagree.
I think they think he deserved more. They thought the 12.5-year sentence was appropriate, realizing he'd be out in 8.
10 News reporter Ursula Hager talked with us from Sydney about Noor's impending sentencing.
That certainly will impact Australians because it is certainly felt deeply. The community surrounding her family here on Sydney's beaches really held a number of memorials to say goodbye to her.
Noor's new potential sentence will be between 3 and 5 years, and given his good behavior in prison, it'll likely be reduced even further, along with the credit for his time served, Frank.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it, Jeff. Thank you. And you can watch for breaking updates on this case tomorrow morning on CBSN Minnesota. Stream our coverage with our app by visiting WCCO.com or on your favorite device.
So my question, guys, is what do you think about that? How do you feel about that? I find it interesting that the way that they are treating this and the way that they are talking about this case, they're making it seem like, you know, he happened to have his knee on somebody's neck for 9 minutes. And that's not the case. The clear understanding of this is that it was an accident. I find it interesting, you know, that the family is more outraged about this than Botham Jean's family was about the purposeful murder of Botham Jean. Just something to think about. All right. So right here, it says a former Minneapolis police officer who fatally shot an unarmed woman after she called 911 to report hearing a possible rape happening behind her home will be sentenced to a lesser charge Thursday after his murder conviction was overturned in a case that drew global attention and was fraught with the issue of race. Now, what I find interesting, you know, they'll say that it was fraught with the issue of race, but we have to ask ourselves the question when it comes to this particular case, why was this fraught with race? Why was this case fraught with race? What's good, Kareem? What's going on with you, bro? Welcome to the stream. Did you hear about Mohammed Noor and the resentencing going on in Minnesota? That's what we talking about. So now here it says Mohammed Noor was initially convicted of third-degree murder and manslaughter in the July 2017 fatal shooting of Justine Ruszczyk-Damon, a 40-year-old dual U.S. Australian citizen and yoga teacher who was engaged to be married. All right. Noor testified at his 2019 trial that he and his partner were driving slowly in an alley when a loud bang on his police SUV made him fear for their lives. He said he saw a woman appear at the partner's window and raise her right arm before he fired a shot from the passenger seat to stop what he thought was a threat. He was sentenced to 12.5 years on the murder count and had been serving most of his time in an out-of-state facility. Now, let's pause for a minute. Let's discuss this. Hey, what's going on, Conrad? So, are you guys familiar with those? Hey, what's up, Vega? Are you guys familiar with those 2 black police officers in Chicago? Good. What's up, Jay Bird? What's going on with you? There was 2 black police officers in Chicago who were struggling with a man who was resisting arrest in the subway. This man broke free from them, I want to say twice. An officer shot and killed him. It was a female officer, a black female officer. And guess what? She's getting sentenced too. Now, what people need to pay attention to in these situations is that black civilians and black police officers do not get the same treatment, and they don't get the same representation. That's important. Now, the Democrats have the 2022 midterms coming up, and they're crying about being decimated. Now, the Democrats always present everything that has to do with criminal justice or criminality as if it's a black issue. How do you guys feel about that? I don't agree with that presentation. I think it's a bunch of BS, and I think that it's one of the things that people need to start challenging the narrative on. When you're attempting to get votes from other communities, you don't use criminality. Why are you using criminal rhetoric against us? You want to talk about disparities in the black community? Let's talk about the disparities of how black police officers who defend themselves against white suspects are treated differently than white police officers who defend themselves against black suspects. Let's talk about that. And let's talk to the Democrats and let's talk to the Republicans and see what they're going to do about fixing it if we decide to waste our time and vote on them. I don't think that that's a conversation that either party is willing to have, because honestly, I don't think either party is willing to do shit. I don't think they're willing to do anything except for sit around and get overpaid. So now here it says, last month, Minnesota Supreme Court tossed out Noor's murder conviction and sentence, saying the third-degree murder statute didn't fit the facts of the case. Noor remains convicted of second-degree manslaughter with a presumptive sentence of 4 years under the state's sentencing guidelines. Joe Tamburino, a defense attorney not affiliated with the case, says there really is not much difference in terms of what he is facing on the low end of the box, which is 41 months, and the top end, which is 57 months. It's basically a matter of getting released now or getting released in 8 months. Documents show Noor has been a model prisoner in 2020, winning a prison award. Prison evaluations have comments like, "Thank you for having a positive attitude and a great work ethic." The defense also cites the harsh conditions Noor is being held in as a reason for a lower sentence. For his own protection, Noor is in solitary confinement and is not allowed visitors. The Australian family sees the situation different. It's essentially a re-traumatization for them, the family's attorney Bob Bennett said. They think 12.5-year sentence was appropriate. Now, isn't that interesting? What do you guys think about that? Now, I want to put this out here at first. All right, I want to make this clear. I don't think that, anybody should suffer at the hands of the police as far as dying or being killed or anything like that. However, if we're going to compare this to other situations, really? He's serving less time than a woman who walked into a man's house and killed him with her service firearm. That's not what happened here. So I don't know why we're, having the media allow this illegitimate narrative. Why are we doing that? Black officers get treated worse than parking maids. Yeah, especially when they're dealing with a white suspect. And when they defend themselves, then they really get treated worse than a parking maid. The court reminds them who they are. You're not supposed to be protecting yourself against these people. You're supposed to be protecting these people, and it just doesn't matter what the hell happens to you. What's good, Primal? What's going on? Welcome to the video, bro. So now here it says Noor's attorneys, Tom Plunkett and Peter Wold, have asked for a 41-month term, saying the low end of the range would reflect Noor's good behavior behind bars and the harsh conditions he's faced during the several months in segregation from the general prison population. Legal experts expect prosecutors to seek a sentence at the top end of the range. Noor, who was fired after he was charged, has already served more than 29 months. In Minnesota, defendants with good behavior typically serve 2/3 of their prison sentence and the remainder on supervised release. If Noor receives the presumptive 4 years for the manslaughter, he could be eligible for supervised release around the end of the year. If the judge agrees with the defense and sentences Noor to 41 months, he could be placed on supervised release very soon. Noor has the right to make a statement at Thursday's hearing, though it was not immediately clear if he would. At his June 7th, 2019 sentencing, he got emotional as he expressed regret for what he had done and apologized to Damon's family. Now, I find that interesting, right? Here's a case where a police officer shot a civilian. He said he felt regret and apologized to Damon's family. During the Amber Geiger and Botham Jean case, didn't it seem like Botham Jean's family was somewhat apologetic to Amber Geiger? Seemed like the two mammies in the courtroom, the bailiff and the judge, they were both apologetic to Amber Geiger's family. Am I making this up? Am I delusional? Or is that what it seemed like? What's good, Delmo? What's going on, bro? Appreciate the vote. If you guys could help with the engagement, you see how Delmo voted? Just exactly like that when you guys see the poll, and it'll bring more people into the chat. It's been working like a charm. I caused this tragedy, and it's my burden, he said at the time, adding, I can't apologize enough. I will never be able to make up the loss that I caused to Miss Russ's family. Now, isn't that interesting, right? Saying this, right? Amber Geiger tried to use self-defense. She tried to use a self-defense defense in her case against Botham Jean. Something to think about. Victims are expected to make statements. Prosecutors say Damon's family members who came from Australia for the 2019 trial will not appear in person, but might appear live via video. Damon's death angered citizens in the U.S. and Australia and led to the resignation of the Minneapolis police chief. Now, isn't it interesting? None of the other deaths that took place in Minnesota angered anybody. Dante Wright, nobody cares. George Floyd, nobody cares. There was a little mixed boy who was killed, I think, before George Floyd and before Dante Wright. Nobody cared. But the world is outraged about this accidental shooting of this woman. Why? That's my question. Why? No, the Amber case was crazy. Remember the witness, Joshua Brown, died mysteriously after giving evidence. Botham Jean's family weakened the sentencing by hugging her. I totally agree. What's up, Extreme X? What's good, bro? Welcome to the video. What's up with you?
What's up? What's up? What's up, boss?
Chilling. What's up with you, man?
Man, I'm fucking out here playing chess while these other motherfuckers is playing Uno right now, bro.
That's what you got to do, man. That's what we be trying to tell them.
You heard me?
Trying to tell them.
You heard me? So what we getting into today? What we talking about? I think I heard you talking about the young brother in Colorado, correct?
No, this is actually, did you hear about this? Muhammad Noor to be resentenced.
Oh, okay. That's the brother in Minneapolis that shot the white woman.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that? How you feel about it?
I don't really have too much of an issue with it, to be completely honest. I mean, you know, I'm not the biggest dude to be advocating for fucking, you know, these folks, but I don't have too much of an issue with it. And the main reason why I don't have an issue with it is because had this been any white police officer, they would have been released. They would have got off of the charge.
If they even got sentenced.
Right. If they even got any kind of sentence, had they been charged at all, to be completely honest. Right. And so I don't have a real issue with him getting restructured sentence, and hopefully he gets out, because I truly believe that he was worried, to be completely honest, after all the evidence that I've actually heard about the case, right? And so I believe the brother should actually be resentenced, and I think he should probably get less time. I don't mind that he actually got charged, and I don't mind that he was found, you know, guilty of like manslaughter or some shit like that, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a police officer taking a life, and I think police officers need to be held accountable, right? But I think because he is a black man, he got that extra time, so much extra time, right? And it was easier for people to swallow this police officer because he was a black man, right? So I don't have a problem with it, but I've been also reading on how they are going to try to use this resentencing in order to somehow get Derek Chauvin, possibly a lower charge and a new sentence. And I don't think we're dealing with the same thing, but that's what everybody's paying attention to about this particular story.
Right. Yeah, I don't see how it could possibly translate to Chauvin, but I do think that that's what a lot of people are worried about. A lot of people think that they're going to do this, they're going to reduce Muhammad Noor's case, and then they're going to try to somehow translate that over to the Chauvin case, which it would be interesting. It would actually be interesting if that played out, because it's just like, you know, basically we see what the hell they're trying to do, trying to basically change the laws to make it fit, where, you know, we're going to kind of upplay a situation where it was an accidental shooting and somehow make that equal to where somebody had their knee on somebody's neck for 9 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like we haven't seen that kind of stuff happen before. You know what I'm saying? They'll do whatever they can. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And see, Conrad, he said, I fear for my life, don't work with black cops. And that's true. Remember, we did that video about those police officers in Chicago that were struggling with that white suspect, and the woman ended up shooting him, and then they charged the woman.
Yeah.
It's like that shit don't work. Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no. I just was agreeing with you, and I didn't know if you heard me talk, because I actually put on a different mic.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you real good. Delmo says he ain't got the skinny for the protection, as Paul Mooney will say. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Yeah, make sure y'all listen to Bernie L. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do what he says. Level up the likes, folks. Appreciate it, Conrad. Yeah, level them likes up. Yeah, what's good, Shatera? We got Shatera in the house. And then also, yeah, pay attention to what Delmo's saying too. If you are enjoying the stream, please type in that command. All right, that helps a lot.
Absolutely.
All right. So let me see. So what we got next is it says here, but the state Supreme Court ultimately ruled that the murder conviction didn't fit the evidence, saying that the third-degree murder can only apply when a defendant shows generalized indifference to human life. That's kind of that's what Chauvin showed. He showed indifference to human life, in my opinion. In my opinion, Muhammad Noor didn't really, there was kind of no opportunity for that because he shot that woman when she made contact with the passenger side of the police vehicle.
Absolutely.
So I think his was more like negligence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Negligent homicide or negligent manslaughter at best. What up, Jay Bird? How you doing? So yeah, absolutely. Shatira, what's up? I think that what they're doing about Mohammed Noor is actually the right thing to do. Again, I'm not pro police in any way, shape, or form, especially if you know my history, I'm not pro police. But if we're going to talk about criminal standards and we're going to talk about sentencing, the fact of the matter is, yeah, he definitely deserves to get resentenced. And I'm not even going to lie, I actually believe that he should actually be able to get out on parole or probation.
So they said that he's a Somalian American police officer.
Yeah, he's a temper.
So do you think that when that woman ran up on his window, he was like, "Oh shit, nigga, look, duck."
Nigga, she's after us.
That's terrible, man. Let me stop. She's beating on the window, duck. I take care of it. No, that's not how it works here, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sure she don't have a gun. You know what I'm saying? No,
nigga, I think I got her. Wakanda forever.
Right.
Unfortunately, the other police officer was like, what kind of what?
Yeah, right. Yeah. He said he went into court and said, well, listen, Judge, Your Honor, I was in Wakanda and I told my nigga, my partner, duck, and I tried to protect him. Sir, Mr. Noor, I hate to tell you, this is the United States of America. It's not Wakanda. And we don't do that here. That's called negligence, and you're gonna have to do a little time because you were a bad boy.
Well, the first judge said, we are not in Wakanda, nigga. Okay, and you're gonna take your nigga ass to prison.
Okay, boss.
For killing that white woman.
And he was like, okay, boss. Let me wait. What's that lady's name? That's the congresswoman up there, that Somalian congresswoman. Why the hell can't I think of her name? Ilhan Omar. He's let me call my queen. Queen Ilhan. Queen Ilhan will take care of this.
What is this? What is this?
She probably got on TV. They probably had her all set up on NBC and shit. This is an outrage. This is an outrage. A good Somalian cop placed in jail. It's like,
oh shit.
That's hilarious. That's terrible. We're going to hell for that shit.
We are definitely going to fake hell. Absolutely.
Right, to fake hell. Facts.
We are absolutely going to fake hell.
That's hilarious. So now here it says the decision devastated Damon's loved ones. Her fiance, Don Damon, she had been using his last name even though their wedding was a month away when she was killed, said at the time of the ruling, none of this hurt my heart more than it had been, but now it truly feels like there's been no justice for Justine. And I mean, like, I'm not trying to be callous or cold, but the way that the family and the way that most of the American population is dealing with this, like, you're literally acting like this woman was George Floyd, and like the police officer just purposely killed her in a disrespectful way, and like that's not what happened. Like, this was clearly negligence. It was clearly a mistake, and I honestly don't think that he meant to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I think that, look, I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit. I actually think there's a little bit of blame to be on her side. Now, again, how much blame I don't know, but I do think that she does share a little bit of blame in her own demise.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
that's
like
just
I don't
my
know.
personal opinion.
I don't know why you would run up to the side of the car. I don't know why anybody would do that. You know what I mean? That's kind of strange.
Right.
You know, especially I wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they said that she was calling for a rape that she suspected was going on somewhere like in the neighborhood or something. She could hear it.
Right.
So, hey, appreciate the vote, Shatera. Yeah, you did. And you did it right too. That's what's up. Yo, what's up, Melanin?
But how do you know that it's a rape just by hearing? How do you hear a rape?
The only thing I could think of is that she might have heard like a woman screaming. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I honestly don't. You know what I mean? My thing is, what I would have done if it was me, I'd have been like, yo, I hear a disturbance. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is where I think it's at. Hope y'all find it. Peace. And that would have been it.
Right.
I'm not gonna be running up to the side of the police car. I definitely ain't running up to the side of the damn police car. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm not identifying myself to the police or nothing. There you go. I did my due diligence. I called the police, help with the situation. That's the end of it.
It's always like some police to be like, "Can you stay on the phone?" No. What's your name? I ain't telling you. What's your phone number? You have it on your screen. You know what I mean? Like, fuck out of here, bro.
Right.
Like, no.
Right. Nah, Bernie, I wish I did know code. I was trying to teach myself Visual Basic like way back in the day, but I think Visual Basic is kind of outdated nowadays. I did learn a little bit of Python though, but that's about it.
Jomo actually made a great point. He said if she was a black woman, Fox News would say the same thing. Why did she run up to the police car and jump on it, spooking out the cops? Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Fox would have said that. They absolutely would have said that. And Tucker Carlson would have been sitting there looking like Barney Rubble with a sports jacket on. I don't know why she did that. You know, like it's just like,
what can you expect? You're acting like an animal and you're jumping on a hood and you're smacking shit. And, what do you expect? Of course he was a little bit rattled. And, of course, what would you expect? I would totally expect him to possibly look at her as a threat.
Right. That's exactly what would have happened. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly how they would have spun that, because that's what Fox does. You know what I'm saying? So now, but here it says others said that it was the right decision, and they mean, changing the sentence. This should have never been allowed to go to trial on that murder charge, said Halberg. It may feel good to charge something like that because it sounds like you are being more zealous as a prosecutor, but the law doesn't fit. Since Nor's case, another former Minnesota officer, see, look, here we go. Since Nor's case, another former Minnesota officer has been convicted of murder. Derek Chauvin was convicted in April of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter in the May 25th of 2020 death of George Floyd. Chauvin was sentenced to 22 and a half years on the second-degree murder count. It's likely that his third-degree murder conviction will be overturned given the Nor ruling.
And that's actually, I don't believe that to be true. And I don't believe that to actually hold any weight, because there's a difference between what he did and what Derek Chauvin did. You understand what I mean?
Right.
So Derek Chauvin maliciously kept his knee on a man's neck.
Absolutely.
Choking him to death, right? And so this man died because of, and it was more than negligence. And we have to look at it as if it was murder. If this was, maybe he was shocking him, right, with a taser or some shit, and he had a heart attack, you might be able to, have that argument. If he was severely fighting back and maybe I don't know, you actually fucking broke his neck or something like that, yeah, that might work, right? Maybe it would be hard, but it might be able to work. But what we have Derek Chauvin placing his knee on another man's neck for 9 minutes, understanding full and well that that can actually, really hamper breathing, right? And it could really, really do some serious damage. On top of that, after that, he was smiling about it. He was nonchalant about it. He didn't care. The man kept on saying he couldn't breathe. People are telling him, dude, he's not moving. He's not moving. He didn't have to be on his neck for 9 minutes. There was no reason for that whatsoever. So I don't think those cases even, I don't think it has a chance, to be completely honest. But because he has the complexion for the protection,
right?
Okay,
They'll make anything work.
Yeah, they'll make anything work. So,
It's crazy, man. Crazy. So now here it says that Minneapolis. Okay, hold on real quick. Minneapolis reached a $27 million settlement with Floyd's family. All right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they reached a settlement with this woman's family as well. Yeah. Look at this. 27 million for Floyd's family. All right. See that? 27 million for Floyd's family, and her family was paid 20 million. And it was days after. They didn't even have to fight for a settlement. It said days after Noor's conviction, Minneapolis agreed to pay $20 million to Damon's family. 20 million for, a negligent shooting. 27 million settlement for George Floyd. What do you think about those settlement amounts?
I think that they're absolutely absurd, to be completely honest. George Floyd, in my opinion, was tortured to death, which he went through a very, very more agonizing death than that woman did. She was shot.
Oh, absolutely.
It was over before it started. Let's just be honest.
Right.
And so I don't think, and what they put the family through, Floyd's family, to get that 27 million. You see what I'm saying? They didn't even fight with her. They willingly gave it out. They settled and it was done. You know what I mean?
Immediately at the sentencing.
Right. There was no added anything, no keep it quiet, no fucking, there was nothing. There was no kind of, they took full responsibility for that situation, but they did not take any kind of responsibility for the George Floyd incident. So I think it's utter nonsense.
Yeah, that's facts. So Conrad, he says, we all know what this man did and what Derek Chauvin did, but when you're dealing with an illegitimate system, they're going to make it seem like the same thing. Exactly. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the shit that we have to deal with. You know what I'm saying? That's the shit that we have to deal with. And see, and another thing is they'll politicize that shit. And the reason why they'll politicize it is because they've done a wonderful job of making criminality the face of Black people. And since they've made criminality the face of Black people, now all these stupid ass politicians have to do is say they're working on a criminal issue, or they're working on a criminal justice issue, or they're working on police reform issue, and it's just a given. Everybody just takes that as a given. Well, that's what's being done for Black people. So, don't complain about you not getting specific legislation or any of the things that we've been asking for a long time. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that, bro? Is that accurate or no?
No, I think it's absolutely accurate. I mean, because this is what they do all the time. They say, "Oh, we're gonna fix the problems." And that's all they say. They just give us this bullshit that they're gonna fix something when they never actually fix anything. And so we're always left out to dry, and we're still affected by the same practices, right? When it comes down to it. And they never actually fix the problem. And then when it happens again, they still never fix the problems. Like, let's just be honest. When the brother in Minneapolis died, right? I can't remember.
Dante Wright.
No, the other brother.
George Floyd?
No, the other brother.
Oh, Philando Castile.
That's it.
Yeah.
Grand
I mean,
Rising Queen.
why is there so many? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
You notice? No, the other brother. No, not him. The other
right.
brother. Right. You notice? You see. So Philando Castile, you got to remember, he was also in Minneapolis, right? And right, way too many, right? And so the thing is when we're talking about Philando Castile, the police officer was not even convicted in that case,
Right.
right? He wasn't even convicted in that case. He was let go. And so then they were able to get away with it again with George Floyd. You see what I'm saying? And it went Philando Castile got away with the crime. The officer got away with the crime. Then you have the white woman killed by Mohammed Noor, right? Then they used that killing as a way to punish the police officers. You see what I'm saying? And then you have the George Floyd case. And so it's really, really interesting on how that works out and how that dynamic works. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's a thing that people kind of need to pay attention to because we're still being affected by it on
I
a
think we
day-to-day
lost
basis.
Izzy.
You there? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm back, bro. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what just happened right there.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, that shit was weird. I think it's my VPN.
Right. Crump 100. Okay, he's even doing a okay. So I don't know. Did you guys? I'm hoping you guys heard. You hear him? Okay, cool. All right, cool. I just want to make sure. So they heard what I had to say. I think it's really important that we pay attention to those cases because they're all in the same general area.
Yeah.
And it all does matter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when we look at these three cases, I think these are three cases that we really, really should be paying close attention to, because you're talking about pretty much the same area, same state. You know what I mean? But you're looking at three cases and how they were dealt with each other. You have Philando Castile, who was murdered, and I don't care what nobody said, he was murdered because a police officer just wanted to use the fact that a black man had a gun, because apparently black people are not allowed to own guns in this country legally, right? We have a white woman who was killed by a black African tether, right? And so they were perfectly fine. Like, the police union did not have Mohammed Noor's back at all. They did not support him. You saw none of his police officer partners and his fellow police officers. They didn't come to his back, to his aid.
Yeah, what happened to the blue line?
Right. There was no blue line in that case because he was black. You see what I'm saying? And then they went right back to the blue line and they really tried everything in their power in order to get Derek Chauvin off. And you have to pay attention to these things and how these things work. So now what they're doing is they're going to try to get Derek Chauvin out based upon this Mohammed Noor case. And I just, if the people are smart, it's not going to happen. But we're dealing with a judge that's going to make this decision.
Right. So we got Tariq says, "Hey Rob, is what's on the screen now about the Get Your Booty to the Polls ad from last year?" Yeah, it is. This is an article from NPR that was published October 5th of 2020. And the reason why I'm posting this is because, in my opinion, it's this kind of shit right here that's one of the reasons why the Democrats should not get black votes. We need to hold our vote because of stuff like this. In my opinion, and this is just me, you know what I'm saying, because I hold us at such a high regard, this is a direct attack on people's IQ and cognitive ability. No one else gets incentivized like this to vote on politicians that are supposed to represent issues that affect their lives. In my opinion, this is ridicule in an insidious form. What do you think, bro?
Well, I think there's a lot of things about this whole situation that is problematic. at the end of the day, this is disrespectful to black women. Okay, let's just put it out there. This is how they look at black women. Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of little dancers, and you love to twerk, and that's all you good for. Just twerk, bitch, right? You know what I mean? That's kind of the attitude, right? Twerk yourself to the poles. And I think they would never do this for white folks, just like he said. They would never imagine to do this shit for white folks. And it just shows how they look at us as a people, both black men and black women.
Yeah, I
I mean?
agree. And then another thing is they look at us like this with the intention on doing nothing. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to provide any new policies. They're not going to do anything. They just think that they can show something dumb and flashy like this, and this is enough of a carrot to dangle over people's faces to get them to go to the polls. And my thing is that if this is what we're going to get, if this is how, if I want everybody to pay attention, all right, and I want to know if you guys agree with me or disagree with me. If this is how dumb the party that you're voting for sees you as, then they're under the assumption that no issue that you ask them to advocate for you for are you even capable of understanding. So
Right.
they're not going to do shit for you anyway. This is a direct attack on your IQ. You know what I'm saying? And Tariq brings up a good point. He says, as well as how they think we perceive ourselves. Delmo says, get your booty to the poll. That's very patronizing and disrespectful. And black folks still voted Jim Crow Joe in. And that's true.
Yeah.
So now Tariq says,
the thing is
Go ahead, bro.
we got to remember the excuse that black folks give for voting for Jim Crow Joe. The excuse is, well, the Democratic Party has done more than fucking the Republicans. And so we should just vote for them because, it might not be much, but it's more than, anything else. You understand? That's the attitude.
Right.
And when we're left at a situation where that's who, they've done more for us in the past, if that's the argument, you know what I mean? Well, at least Democrats have tried. You know what I mean? If that's the argument, we're in a whole lot of trouble.
No, right. No, and you're right. And I got another question. My question is, so do you remember that tour bus thing that came out where Meek Mills had the woman, dancing naked and the raunchy artwork on the tour bus, and that Zaddy down there in Florida was really upset? I'm just curious as to where his video is screaming about these ads, because I agree with him in both cases. Black women, you shouldn't take that. But where are you at about this? There was a lot of smoke there that he had for Meek Mills, not seeing that same kind of energy on this. And in my opinion, this is more harmful because only Meek Mill's fans are going to patron that album or are going to buy his products. This is stuff that could affect all black people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. See, even when we even bring up, these so-called hip-hop stars to get black folks to go out and vote, I think that's patronizing enough, because it just shows what it does is it's a form of condescension that are white folks being condescending to black folks. We know that you're easily influenced by rappers,
and celebrities, yeah,
right. You know what I mean? And so like you have to kind of wonder whoever's trying to roll out these folks, you know what I mean? Primarily,
right.
These white, these hip hop artists and shit like that. Like you always have to wonder about that whole party when that's what they feel you need. So that's where kind of my head goes as soon as you say Meek Mills. You know what I mean? It's like,
right.
What is Meek Mills really gonna do? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
right.
Meek Mills ain't doing shit. So
Shatera says condescension. Great description. Yeah, and I agree. That's a great description. And Delmo is reminding us, remember, Jim Crow before the election, If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
There it is.
There it is. And remember, he's an adoso. So if he says it, then it must be. You know what I'm saying? He's an American descendant of slave owners. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
He's an adoso, you know what I'm saying? So that gives him a little bit more credibility. You know what I'm saying? He tells you something,
Absolutely,
and that's what it is.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm white and I say so. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm used to. You don't do what I tell you to, then you're not black. Because black people do what I tell them to do. You know what I mean? He wasn't playing when he said that shit. He knew exactly what he meant.
He was dead serious. He knew exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was saying. That's one of the times when his dumb ass didn't forget. You know what I'm saying? So Delmo says that Zaddy and Mink Delmo says that Zaddy and Mink Mill controversy was just trying to get some butter biscuits between the legs from some BW. Yeah, and I think that I think Delmo is right on that. All right, I'm gonna make sure that I'm pronouncing Tariq's name correctly. It's Tariq, right? I always say it wrong, and I'm trying to say it right. Apparently, it was a black man and a black woman from Atlanta who originally produced the ad, if I recall. Yeah, and I think it was some owners from some strip club or something like that.
And that's cool. But you know, again, there's always a Sambo somewhere.
Right.
You know, it being a black man or a black woman who fucking created the ad means absolutely nothing to me.
Right. Condoleezza Rice is a black woman and Clarence Thomas is a black man. That shit don't mean a damn thing.
Yeah. You getting by on the laurels of you just being black is not enough credit for me anymore, especially in the political system that we live in.
Yeah, that's big facts, bro. Big facts. So Conrad says, what's funny to me, they want people to be vaccinated to go to work. They want kids to be vaccinated to learn at school. But when it's time to vote and be in a large crowd, nothing about the V. And that's facts. That's also a pretty perceptive right there. You know what I'm saying? Pretty perceptive.
Oh, they'll never trip about any kind. Look, they are they will take advantage of that though. Let's just be real about this, okay? Because the minute black folks start showing up in droves to the voting boxes to vote, if they do, and they are not going to get the outcome that they want, that's still going to be the first thing that they're going to tell black folks. Oh, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, or where's your card?
Right. Where's your vaccination card? Where's your mask? Where's it at? Oh, you don't have it? Well, you can't vote then.
Right. Right. And a bunch of other people probably won't even be presented with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
Right. Right. No, that's big facts, bro. Look at this. This video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. What the hell was they doing on here? Dipping it low like Christina Milian, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So now here's
it, bro. You can't show a black woman, you know, twerking that ass on the news for real.
Yeah, they probably got they probably had Fabulous with the black cans of paint and everything. You know what I'm saying? so now right. So now here it says, in an election season where where get out the vote messaging is seemingly caseless, a 90-second video featuring more than a half dozen dancers testifying to the importance of down ballot races may be provocative. In the video, a woman in knee-high lace-up boots walks away from the camera and towards a stage decorated with patriotic bunting. She wraps one of her hands around a silver pole. Uh-oh, it's about to go down or about to go up. You know what I'm saying? Depends.
Yeah, they can climb too. Yep. Yeah, you're right. They can climb.
Yeah, what did Sean Paul say? Do it like a Spider-Man or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Just give me the light.
Why are you trying to send me to fake hell, bro?
This shit is just dumb. Like, don't nobody else have to do. And then, like, the thing is, like, nobody pays attention to this shit, man. We got my man Bernie L with the $20 super chat, man. I appreciate the content, Black Light. Respect you in the chat room, dogs. Do you take requests like Dark Winter? Will be awesome. You mean Dark Winter, like you talking about like Operation Dark Winter, or? Yes, Rob, that's how you say my name, Tarek. Okay, I got you, bro. You talking about Operation Dark Winter? I actually did a video about that, but we can do another one. You know what I'm saying? We could definitely do another one. You know what I'm saying? So now here's the beat dropped. They had them 808 kick drums. You know what I'm saying? And the beat dropped and that ass probably followed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The woman and the other dancers began to perform. See, I told you the beat dropped and then that ass dropped right after that. You know what I'm saying? And repeated the message is a simple one. Get your booty to the poll. It's a different kind of voting. PSA, one that has stirred up a conversation about who shows up in elections and who isn't being reached by the current outreach efforts. Now, this is interesting. What do you think about this statement? Because I got a whole little thing I got to dissect about this right here, but I want to hear what you got to say about this, bro. Go ahead.
Well, you got to reread that sentence because, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. This is
you was thinking about the beat dropping and then that ass dropping, huh?
yeah.
I got it.
I was thinking about twerking asses. I'm not gonna lie, it is what it is.
This nigga he was thinking about that Christina Milian and Fabulous video. Who else had some stripper shit? T-Pain, I'm in love with a stripper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They think all black men is T-Pain.
I'm in love with a stripper.
So look, a quick fact, right? T-Pain and Akon, you remember that singer Kesha?
Yeah, I remember Kesha.
They met her at a strip club, I think, in Florida, if I'm not mistaken. That's how they met, and then they signed her to Convict Music.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that happened. If somebody in the comments got a free second, fact check that shit for me. But I'm pretty sure that T-Pain and Akon met Kesha at a what do you call that shit? At a fucking strip club. Operation Dark Winter. I can give you a quick synopsis on that.
Yeah, do that. But real quick, I sent you something, and I want you to kind of look at it. And we should have a real quick conversation on this before we go to your big. I don't know if this is the final subject, but if it is, we have to talk about this before we leave.
Wait, hold on. Is it this picture that you sent?
Yep.
You actually, well, if you want to talk about it now, we can. But I was gonna say that actually looks like something that'd be pretty cool to talk about on the C19 channel.
It actually is. It actually is. Let's just do it this way. Do you know? What day are you going to be free to have that conversation?
What? Let me see. What day is it today? It's Monday. I think I'm actually doing a C19 video tomorrow. Speaking of which, if you guys are not subscribed to Blacklight Revelations C19 report, make sure y'all subscribe. If one of the moderators could put the link to that channel in, I'd appreciate it. And make sure y'all hit that link real quick, all right? Because I'm gonna be going live from there tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And it's some good content over there, man. You know what I'm saying? It's some good stuff over there.
And I'm gonna join them for this particular conversation. But let me ask you guys.
You want me to put the picture up on the screen real quick?
Yeah, could you put up the picture real quick?
Yeah, there we go, right there.
Okay. How many people are going to apply for this position? This is a position for the isolation and quarantine teams and consultants. This is in Washington State. This right here is what a lot of people are saying it's going to be internment camps for people who refuse to get to get the jab. And what they're saying is this is where they're going to be put, and they are going to be put there for an indeterminate amount of time until they agree to get the jab. Once they agree to get the jab, then they can get kept there for a little bit longer, and then they will be finally released into the public. Again, why is this so important? Well, I want you to pay attention to, remember how they kept on talking about the FEMA camps a couple years back and shit? Well, think along those lines. And then think about this. Like, they're already hiring people for these type of positions. And then think about it on a deeper level. Rex 84, the King Alfred plan.
That's what I was just about to say. Rex 84. You know what I'm saying?
All right. And I'm not a big conspiracy guy. Okay? I'm not. You know me. Everybody know me. Okay? But this kind of has a little bit of credibility. And if they are willing to go in Washington State, willing to go to the point where they're going to start locking people up if they're not willing to get the jab, you understand? And they start taking away people's rights, we're getting into a portion and a time where we need to really start paying attention to the King Albert plan and Rex 84.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And tomorrow, like when I do those videos on the C19 channel, those bad boys, they can get kind of long. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate it, Primal Studies. Primal put the link in to the C19 channel. If you got, make sure you guys go over there and subscribe and hit the bell icon twice over there, because we're gonna talk about this and some other things tomorrow, because it's actually getting very crazy. I don't know if people are aware of this, but there's a lot of people just suddenly quitting their jobs. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that's going on. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a valid concern. You know what I'm saying? Isolation and quarantine team consultants. You know what I'm saying? And there's more stuff. And I mean, look, they're paying these people, you know, I mean, this ain't bad money. You know what I'm saying? $3,000 to $4,000 a month.
No, they're paying people to enforce this and keep people on track, and they're paying good money for it. You know, this is kind of scary. This takes away our freedoms. You know what I mean? This is something that, you know, we have to think about, especially in the Black community, because again, they're saying we're one of the largest communities that's unquarantined. What is Rex 84? What does the King Albert plan say? Who are the first people that they round up when they start creating martial law and things of that nature? Well, that'd be Black folks. Why? Because Black folks fight back the most.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. So this is
this.
Go ahead.
This
I'm sorry,
gives
bro.
them a legal. This gives them a legal way to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned those FEMA caskets and you know what I'm saying, the FEMA camps and Walmart martial law. Man, remember back in the day, all the YouTube videos, it used to be like what they don't want you to know about what's under Walmart. You know what I'm saying? Like what happened to all those videos? Like they just all disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Every video was what they don't want you to know.
Right. And I want y'all to know, I'm the furthest away from a conspiracy theorist ever. But when they start offering jobs for isolation and quarantine teams, we have to start paying attention.
Yeah, start watching those old episodes. Start watching the episodes of the first season of Fear the Walking Dead. Watch the first 15 minutes of I Am Legend. You know what I'm saying? Watch The Strain. You know what I'm saying? The first season of The Strain. Watch the original Walking Dead. You know what I'm saying? Watch all of that shit. And, you know, I don't know if you guys noticed, but hashtag Arrest Fauci is trending. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk about all of that shit tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll get into that for sure. I just wanted to know. I wanted you guys to see it right now. You know what this is, and this is. You know, I was like, somebody was telling me, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, here, I'm gonna show you." And that's the actual screenshot that he sent. And you can actually go, read description of this position. You know, and
we'll pull that up for tomorrow. We'll pull all that shit up for tomorrow.
Right. And I just want people to be aware of this and be careful. And this is in Washington State. They're already hiring for these folks in Washington State.
That shit's crazy, man.
So if they're hiring, that's not conspiracy theory no more.
Right.
You feel me? So I'm just saying.
Right. No,
I'm sorry for interrupting that.
No, not at all, bro. That's facts. And that's a good prelude for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Because we'll definitely put that in there. You know what I'm saying? We will definitely put that in there. So let me see. Oh, damn. That was loud as fuck. So check this out. I want y'all to see something real quick. All right. And what I want y'all to see is about that whole twerking thing. All right.
Okay.
That
So read that comment again that you wanted me to talk about. Read that comment specifically.
Which one? Do you remember which one it was?
Oh no, I can't remember exactly. It was the other account. It was the other.
You know what? You know what? Actually,
but this one's a better.
We'll go back to that
better.
One. No, that's cool.
But that one's a better conversation. So it's up to you.
See, my motherfucking VPN is acting really weird. All right, hold on. Let me see. All right, so it's this one. Yeah, so this was that comment that I wanted to know how you feel about this comment. Let me see. I'm gonna try to make it a little bit bigger too, so people can see it a little bit better. You guys able to? Is that a little bit easier to read? I think it might be a little bit easier to read. It says, "Get your booty to the poll. It's a different kind of voting PSA. One that has stirred up a conversation about who shows up in elections and who isn't being reached by the current outreach efforts." What do you think about that?
I think this is kind of targeting lower educated Black folks purposely, and what they're doing is they're just trying to appeal to niggatry.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I agree with what Shatira is saying too. Black men should be offended that they think twerking will motivate you to vote. Yeah, absolutely. What are we voting for? If twerking is what's being used as the imagery for voting, are the issues that they plan on passing like what? Is it like sex work? Is it like legalized prostitution? Is it some shit that's actually involving twerking? Like what are we doing here? Why are we using that as an advertising vehicle to get people to get out to vote? Because if what we're voting for actually doesn't have anything to do with twerking, like, are they going to make some specific legislation? Well, if you're an American descendant of slaves, we're going to give you $100,000 to start up your first strip club, in Atlanta or whatever. Is that what we're doing? Is that what's going on? Because if that's the case, then, I'll shut up and I won't say anything about it. But why are we doing this? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, because unless you got a whole bunch of stripper poles in front of the fucking voting polls and you got broads going up and down, I don't know how this is going to bring anybody to the voting polls. You know what I mean? To be completely honest, like,
right.
If you don't have a row of stripper poles, in the line, you know what I mean? Like, here's the line, and here's the stripper.
Right.
Because you're standing in line, you're looking at these broads, on the stripper poles, talking about, yeah, baby, shake that ass, tossing hundreds and ones and shit on them. And, everybody got a fucking a dollar gun, you know what I mean?
Right.
Shit,
the strippers is collecting the votes. Yeah, just stick them right here in my bra. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that'll get some people out there, but
Right. And it is sub level, it's sub level consciousness. Absolutely. Absolutely, Queen. Because what they think is that black men are absolutely obsessed with sex,
Yeah,
right? That's what they're implying. They're implying that black males, all they care about is sex. They're animals, and that's what that is. That's what that's saying. If you don't catch on to that, right,
mm-hmm.
then I think you're kind of missing the point, because what they're doing is they're calling you primal animals, where all you
Right.
care about is protecting your territory, fucking, and that's it. You care about ass, and that's
Right.
it. That's it. Sex.
Right.
Oh, let's go.
Right. And then Tarek brings up a good point. He says, or black men should also be offended at the idea of that this is how they perceive our daughters. And that's facts.
Hmm.
You
That's
know what
true
I'm
too.
saying? Melanin says goes to show that the powers that be think voters are dumb. They think black voters are dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Specifically, black male
Specifically.
voters.
Yeah. And and we'll get to that part, but they actually say that.
Right.
They actually kind of go on to say that in these articles. You know what I'm saying? So here it says the video directed by Angela Barnes has gone viral online despite being intended for an Atlanta-based audience with a limited promotional strategy so far. Barnes said that she and the producer, Paul Fox, wanted to make this video to fill in a gap in traditional get out the vote messaging. She feels largely fails to reach black men. So we have to understand that this was a fellow black person or fellow black people who attempted to use this kind of message and imagery to get black men to the polls. So this shows the sentiment that black people have about other black people. And my question is, where do we get that from?
Oh, well, put up Shatira's comment, because this idea of hypersexuality from black men is actually an ongoing theme. It's an ongoing stereotype that they have had ever since the birth of a nation, the original birth of a nation, when they said black men, got high off of cocaine and marijuana and just wanted to go out and rape white women. Okay, so that's what this is, and it stems from way, 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 way in the back, right? It stems from even before that, because again, white folks have always looked at male genitalia and felt intimidated by it, right? And they felt, oh well, they have this, these the male genitalia on these black men is so visceral, like these that they're animals, right? They looked at us like donkeys, like horses. You understand?
Tell them about the Bible verses that's I just want to, have you guys ever heard the Bible verses that are in the Bible about like black male genitalia? Is actually kind of sick. Like, go ahead, Izzy, like give them the business, like tell them what
Really,
tell them about that shit. Yeah, ask your
really
reverend. Sunday is coming up. Ask your pastor about this. Go ahead, bro. Tell
right.
them about this shit.
So see, I wasn't prepared for this, but me, I'm always prepared when it comes down to. Let me see. Let's see.
If atheism was a gang, Izzy would be an OG atheist, like for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you could be like, yo, bro, like let's go kick it. Even nah, nigga, I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, yo, let's you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, hit me up a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? Like I fell asleep. I'd be like, yo, these niggas over here talking about God. Where they at? Let's ride on these motherfuckers, like for real.
Let's go. I'm gonna do okay. So let me see. I'm sorry. I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, you got a link?
It
Shoot me the link and I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I just have I have
you got the verse? I'll look up the verse.
okay. It's Ezekiel, I believe 23. Yes, Ezekiel 23:20. And let me go back. Ezekiel 23.
Oh God, yeah, here it is right here. I said, Jesus, Lord have mercy. This is this right here
And
is the
you got the new NIV version,
Yeah,
because that's the
yeah,
best one.
yeah, it's the NIV version. Hold on real quick. I
Okay,
want to
so
see if I can
that.
hold on real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna let you read it. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Hold on.
Look, I love it when people don't know about this, but yeah.
Man, this is hilarious, man. They should, people need to stop taking religion so serious and like actually have like some comedy, you know what I'm saying, about the religion, because there's some funny shit that you can find, you know what I'm saying, in the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
So we can start at Ezekiel 23 verses 19 in the NIV version of the the NIV version of the Bible. And it says because that's just 20, but I'm going to read 19.
You
It
said
says, yet she became
you said
19, 20, and 21.
19 Ezekiel 23.
Just put Ezekiel 23 NIV version, and then go down to verses. It really starts at 17, verse 17, and goes all the way to 21.
Oh, okay.
So
Then the Babylonians.
yeah, right there.
Okay.
And so this is what it says. It says, then the Babylonians came to her to the bed of love, and in their lust they defiled her. After she had been defiled by them, she turned away from them in disgust. When she carried on her prostitution openly and exposed her naked body, I just turned away from her in disgust, just as I turned away from her sister. Yet she became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth, when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted over her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emissions were that of horses. So you longed for the lewdness of your youth, when in Egypt your bosom was caressed and your young breast fondled. Okay. If you don't know, that is quite literally softcore porn of the ancient days. Just saying. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess who was alive back then? Who was alive? Who was some female women in the Bible that were alive back then? I'm trying to think of some names. Hannah? Wasn't there a woman named Hannah in the Bible around back then?
Hannah, Rebecca.
Rebecca.
You know what I mean? Hannah, Rebecca. Yeah.
This is Old Testament OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying?
This is Old Testament OnlyFans. She was for the streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they had, you know, them Egyptian women, you know what I'm saying? Who was Cleopatra alive back then?
This was a little bit before Cleopatra.
This was before Cleopatra. So these was so Cleopatra is a descendant, you know what I'm saying, of these of these women.
Right. So I want you to understand that this is something that's been ongoing for a lot of years, like many years, that this hypersexualization of black male genitalia, it started way back in the Bible. A lot of people don't realize that. So when white folks turn around to start doing it, okay, this should not be a surprise by no stretch of the imagination.
Shit. Look, that was I Get Around. That was the ancient remix of I Get Around featuring Cleopatra, Horus, and Imhotep.
Yeah. If you really want to get into the OnlyFans of the Bible, go read the Songs of Solomon. Okay.
The Songs of Solomon.
Yeah, go read that whole book. It's literally nothing more than fucking written porn.
See, like that kind of shit is just too much, because you know the hygiene wasn't what it wasn't up to par back then, and that shit just kind of makes me sick.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
They didn't have no running water. Well, I guess they did. The Egyptians had some. They had running water. Yeah,
they had running water, bro. No, white people didn't have running water. Okay.
Yeah, the Egyptians did.
If you want to talk about white folks not having the best hygiene, okay, I'm with you. Right? But when it comes to African history, right, throughout time, and it's not just in Egypt, right? We're talking, from Egypt down to Niger, all the way over to Mali, over, you know what I mean? They understood the concept of taking baths. They understood deodorant. They understood douche. They understood condoms, and they understood. Yeah, they understood all this stuff. Do not get it twisted. They were actually, the Egyptians and Africans have always been actually pretty freaking clean.
So what you saying is that when the three wise men pulled up to the nativity, they realized that it was kind of, what I'm saying, not the best aroma in there, and they came in like Bernie Mac did on How to Be a Player. Who, honey, is stinking here? And then gave him the frankincense.
Yeah. I guess that's why they needed frankincense, right?
Yeah, they had the frankincense.
I guess there was a reason for the frankincense. Okay.
Yeah, and people need to start putting two and two together when they read this shit. Three wise men from the east who followed the map in the sky. So what kind of men do that tell you that them three wise men from the east were? Because they were three wise men from east of Bethlehem. So where were they coming from? You know what I'm saying? And who were they? Who are the wise men from the east? And who had frankincense and myrrh and perfumes and stuff like that? Kevin Samuels wasn't around back then. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't there that night. He didn't have the perfume of the night that night. You know what I'm saying? But the three wise men did. You know what I'm saying? So where they come from? Who were they? That's your history. Like, y'all should know this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
See, Delmo got it. It was they were Moors. You know what I'm saying? Like those were Moors.
Again, a lot of people don't really understand history, and they really don't understand what they're reading. I mean, let's just I'm going to be honest. I don't even believe that the Bible is historically accurate. But
no, me neither.
But if it was, those people that they were speaking about as the three wise men, they were definitely Moors, or people, one Moorish man and probably two other different individuals, all being African.
I was about to say probably some Ethiopians or something.
Well, it was three completely different type of people. So it's probably a Moorish man, an Ethiopian, and another man.
And an Egyptian or something like that.
So from another part of the country, yeah.
Which would make sense, because if they called them three, think about this, like they called them three wise men. So when we're talking about the places that were significant to the Christian geography, like all of those places like Egypt and Nubia, all of those places were all, even like Rome at that point was far more advanced, like with civilization, than everywhere else, than those places. You know what I'm saying? Than Bethlehem or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Those places weren't advanced at all. So when they would come in contact with somebody like Mary or Joseph, who was a simple farmer who lived in Bethlehem, they would seem like wise men. You know what I mean? So you have to like put that kind of stuff together. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. Primal, I love your comment. I do. I really do. I absolutely do love your comment. But I don't know if you're a religious individual, but you have literally just made the case on why God is not most likely real, nor is anything that's written in that book. Because if God was all powerful, then he could have made sure that nobody actually altered that book.
Well, and then another thing is, like, as far as I'm concerned, I think that the Bible is a collection of inaccurate lineages and inaccurate scientific phenomenon that people weren't smart, like, advanced enough to be able to explain. Or I think it was actually people around back then that were advanced enough to be able to explain it, because that star that the three wise men followed, there is actually a planetary phenomenon that will make a certain area in the sky shine brighter. So those people had an understanding of astronomy. It was the other people that didn't. What's up, headphones? Good to see you.
Right. And yeah, he had a wife before Adam, had a wife before Eve. That was Lilith. I don't even think
Lilith.
King David actually existed, to be completely honest.
Right. King David, I think, is somebody that was like put there to try to link certain lineages to certain lineages today for whatever purposes, you know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. That's just my assumption, like, you know what I'm
saying? That doesn't mean God doesn't exist. That's a simplistic way of looking at things. Show me any kind of evidence that there is for a God, and I'll fucking sell you the New York State Bridge for $1. You know what I mean? Show me King Solomon lived.
You know what? Since we're go ahead, Izzy, like that actually, go into that. While you're doing that, we're gonna take a break from this, and I'm gonna actually grab Neely Fuller Jr.'s what he has to say about religion. So, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me proof that King David existed. I'll wait. And just because every culture throughout time, you know what I mean, had a God belief doesn't mean that God is real. And these are a lot of these are like fallacies to think that people couldn't have made mistakes back then. You know what I mean? Like, give me proof that they didn't exist. Wait, I asked you for proof that they did exist, so your reply is give me proof that they didn't exist? Is that really how you want to answer that question? I don't think you want to follow up with that line of answer. Like, you don't get to answer a question with the question questioning my question, right? I asked you a specific question. Yes, no, that's not how logic works, sir. Again, show me that King David existed outside of the Bible at any time. I'll wait. Give me any kind of proof, anything whatsoever. I'll wait. Give me something outside of the Bible that backs up the claim that King David ever existed. I'll wait. No, you don't get to say neither one of us can prove it. Again, give me any proof whatsoever. Just give me an inkling of proof whatsoever that there's any proof of a King David that ever actually existed. Give me evidence of that. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Anytime now.
So let's check this out.
Anytime now. At any time you can do that. I'll give you to the rest of the show. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Oh, Lord have mercy. Which means you have no evidence. Therefore, you use that bullshit excuse in order to back up your bullshit claim that this Bible is true. There is zero evidence. And even the biblical scholars are now believing that King David never probably existed, along with Noah, along with Abraham, along with fucking all of Noah's fucking kids, Moses, or anybody else in the Bible. There is absolutely zero evidence that they ever existed. Upon anything outside of the Bible. You couldn't even tell me the time period in which they truly lived. You know why? Because there is no timetable in the Bible whatsoever. Zero, zilch, nada. There is not one date in the Bible. There is not 1 ounce of evidence for even the disciples or Jesus in the Bible, sir. The fact of the matter is you say these things because you want them to be true. And you know what? If you want to believe in fairy tales, go right on ahead. Because guess what? At one time, my kids actually believed in Santa. You know what I mean?
You crazy. So look, so Bernie L says, Black Light, what is this panelist's name? Izzy.
My name is Izzy.
You know what? Yeah, Reality Check Virtual Radio. Hey, Shatira, can you do me a favor? Can you put the link to his channel in the chat so people can go follow him? And check this out. I want you guys to listen to this Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller Jr. Video on hip hop cartoons. If y'all not subscribed to hip hop cartoons, he just dropped another video yesterday. Go make sure y'all go support that channel. But check this out.
There are 9 areas of activity. The 7th area is religion. And economic, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. The white supremacists, when they got the idea that they were going to establish something called white supremacy, they said we have to dominate these people in all areas of activity, including their religion, particularly their religion, because religion is what? A strong belief backed up by action. That's all any religion is. And the white supremacists said, we're going to make white supremacy the strongest religion that has ever existed. They have succeeded in that. They are not in the process of doing that. Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Confucianism, Judaism, all of these other religions don't come anywhere close to being as strong as the religion of white supremacy. A strong belief backed up by action. So people are in complete disarray. Confusion, which is what the white supremacists do. They confuse people. Well, we got them confused. We're working on getting them all confused sexually. But we have long ago got them confused when it came to the 7th area of activity, religion. All of these dark-skinned people around here killing each other, hitting each other over the head with the Bible, having endless barbershop arguments about what Ezekiel meant, or what Solomon did or didn't do, or what Ruth said or didn't say. We got them confused. That's what we do. We take any holy book and we read it, and we thoroughly add to it and subtract from it. And then we distribute pamphlets, or samples of it. That adds to the confusion. With our names on it. And we establish different type of churches and whatnot. Different church on every corner with a different name. Supposed to be the same religion, but we got a different church with a different name. Adding to the confusion. Go over here to the Protestant church. Oh, no, they don't know what they're talking about. Then go over here to the Catholic church. And, oh, no, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, what about Jehovah's Witnesses? Okay, well, we'll sample some of that. And they don't know what they're talking about. And then the white supremacists sit back, well, when it comes to all you dark-skinned people, you got one religion. And that's the religion that I say that you have. But I might say, depending on how I feel, that you will have all of them at once or none of the above. But you will bow down to one religion, and that's the religion of white supremacy. I don't care what you think in your heads, and you black people can argue all you want to in the barbershops over there on the colored side of town or in your millions of churches. You can scream and yell and stomp and holler, but when the white supremacists walk into your church and say, all of you, get on your knees to me, because I'm the one who feeds you, clothes you, shelters you, and even allows you to have a church on this corner rather than a parking lot. So you will do what I say, or you will feel my wrath. I'm your God, and don't you ever forget it.
There goes your God right there. Lex Luthor.
All right, so real quick, I gotta acknowledge some of these things because I was trying to, you know, give respect and actually let them talk while you played the video.
Oh, you good?
Real
While you
quick.
doing that, I'm gonna grab another one. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry about it. All right, so first off, I did go back and I did read your comment. The fact of the matter is there's 5 different locations that they believe Sodom and Gomorrah was. That idea that people try to bring up about the 97% sulfur and that can't even be done in volcanoes. Well, the fact of the matter is it can be done in meteorites. And the fact of the matter is most likely that area was bombarded with meteorites and not from God. And that's a natural situation that is not from God. That nor does that prove that there was ever any God that actually did that to them. What that would prove at best is that meteorites hit a town, and that's at best. But here's the biggest problem that you have. First off, the biggest problem that you have is there's 5 different sites that they believe Sodom and Gomorrah were at. That's number one. Number two, Sodom and Gomorrah isn't even its true name. When you can give me the true name of Sodom and Gomorrah, then we can have a conversation. Next person that tried to say something about, oh, you're an ass, making an ass out of you and me. Well, yeah, okay, guy. I went to school for this, and this is literally what I graduated on. This is my second major. I double majored in history and I double majored in religious studies. So yeah, we don't want to go there with that making an ass out of you and me thing, because I promise you, you do not know half as much as I know in my little pinky than, when it comes to this Bible. Somebody else brought up Western civilizations and African civilizations that brought up these people by different names. Well, the fact of the matter is they didn't actually. You have a collection of a lot of old stories, most of those stories dating back to Zoroastrianism. And these are their stories. These are not Christian stories. And then if we go back even further, we can actually date a lot of those stories where they came out of. None of those stories actually were dated back to being any of these religious people who we would consider being Noah or anybody else, no matter what their name was, when it comes down to these people. Nor is this whole concept of any of these stories that actually hold water. You couldn't even tell me the time period in which Moses lived. You couldn't tell me the time period in which Moses was actually supposedly did the Exodus. You can't name a time at no time. Even in Egyptian history, there's no written document of 2 million or 200,000 or even 200 Jews that were enslaved first off, and on top of being enslaved, that were let go by any pharaoh at any fucking time. At none, zero, nada. And anybody that wants to try to bring up some bullshit documentary that came on National Geographic, sir, that whole documentary was debunked. So if that's what you're gonna hold your cast stick to, I promise you, you're not gonna live. Not only that, but even if you wanted to go with that story, because we can go there, the story actually does not say that the Pharaoh ever died inside of the deluge, when after Moses actually put down went through the Red Sea, which most likely, even if, because again, if you understand the Bible and you actually know anything about the Bible, you'll also know that the Red Sea is most likely not the place where they would have passed when it came to the Exodus in the first place. But I digress. Okay, so when we talk about these old, supposed claims, a lot of these claims actually came out of Sumer. Okay, and it comes from a lot of the stories that date back all the way back to Sumer. And these are not anywhere near, and what they were stories that were actually modernized, and then they were actually turned into religion. But there is no evidence of an Abraham. There is no evidence of an Aaron. There is no evidence of a Moses. No evidence of any kind of, of these people that come out of the Bible. Now, could there have been Israelites at the time? Absolutely. Could there have been a whole bunch of different tribes, i.e. the so-called 12 tribes? Absolutely. But that does not mean that there is actually any connection with any person by the name of Abraham, Aaron, Noah, or anybody else of the forefathers that predated them. Even in the Jewish religion, when we're talking about the Jewish religion and we're talking about, i.e. the Jewish people, guess what? They have no actual lineage. There is no blood lineage, and there is no blood lineage because there has never been any person that's ever been found by the name of Noah, Aaron, Moses, or anything else. Again, we can keep on doing this. If you want to keep on going with this idea, right? There's no possible way because there is zero evidence of a worldwide flood. That's number one. Number two, there was no person that ever had all of 2 of every single animal and 7 of each edible animal at all. Okay. 3, the fact of the matter, that story clearly came from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Okay. So we can debunk all these things over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And it's even getting to the point that no biblical scholar is going to lay his hat on any of these foundations. Now, if we keep on wanting to play this game, we can play this game. Okay. See, the thing is there were no slaves in Egypt, so therefore, guess what? That didn't happen. No Jewish slaves at any time. The fact of the matter is this: when you want to play the game, you have to do the work that goes along with it, which means no confirmation biases that go into the work. Also, we can literally show you the match for match guaranteed matching of the Old Testament from Zoroastrianism. If we can do that, then guess what? This destroys the whole Christian Bible, which means, guess what? All of those people that came from, the Bible, that came from Zoroastrianism, and that was a legend. And they knew, Zoroastrians knew that those were all legends. They were not real. They were not based on fact. Again, if you understand the lineage of your religion, you would understand what I'm saying. But the problem is, for most of y'all, you were force-fed this idea from your white massa, and you can't let it go. You know why? Because ultimately, and I don't mean to offend people, because ultimately you love what you've been force-fed. You have been given a white God, a white religion, a white ideal, a white ideology, and you love it. And this is the biggest problem for most black folks. And you love it so much that you will literally stake your ideals around it. The ideals and the concepts that came into the Bible literally came from Zoroastrianism, and the 42 laws of Ma'at literally came from ideologies from well before the time that Christianity ever showed its face. The fact of the matter is they came from Sumer, from the Mediterranean. They come from Babylonian ideological ideas and fantasies that were not real. Not only that, they never claimed that they were real. They were just their beliefs. Again, if you really want to do this, and I don't want to do this on my guy's show because I'm interrupting his show, you can always come to my show, and you can always come on to my show, and I can show you what your Bible says. Your Bible is a contradiction. It wasn't wrong. It was absolutely right. And guess what? You fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
No,
Your
you can do this.
contradictory Bible concept was force-fed to you by your mammy. And guess what? She was force-fed it by her mammy. And she was force-fed it by her mammy. That was force-fed by her mammy. That was force-fed by the white man that gives you this idea to fucking believe. But you know what? If you want to believe in your white Jesus Christ, you go right on ahead. Because guess what? Even if you didn't know, nobody ever fucking claimed to ever see Jesus Christ. There is none. And guess what? Even John said he fucking saw it as a vision. Even Peter said he saw him as a vision. See, the fact of the matter is your own Bible tells you that this man was never real. But guess what? You want to believe this? You go right on ahead. You go ahead and you take that and you keep that close to your heart. You know that? I want you to keep it so close to your heart because guess what? You are going to die because some man, some white man, felt the need to fucking control you. And guess what? You are full of mental subjugation. It's not even funny. You are mentally enslaved with this whole concept of God. None of your ancestors believed in gods. Your ancestors believed in spirits and their ancestors. But you believe the narrative that they give you, that they believed in Ra and these gods and all this other bullshit. No, they didn't. And seeing you would know this had you done a little bit of due diligence into your own religion.
Yeah, that's
See,
facts.
the fact of the matter is most people don't like to do due diligence into their own religion. Because once they do the due diligence into their own religion, guess what happens? You are no longer going to be religious. You are no longer going to serve your white master. You are no longer going to be sitting down here trying to talk about God is going to save me. And just because you don't believe it, you're going to go to hell. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to give you some of this real shit. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You could come at any time to mine because I got all the evidence that backs up exactly what the fuck I'm saying.
Look, Izzy sound like Sonetta. I'm finna join the goddamn manosphere.
I'm finna join the goddamn manosphere. I'm gonna join the goddamn church. You Negroes and you're pandering to the white man. Dear white Jesus, save me. Your white Jesus ain't here to save you. Your white Jesus is here to just enslave your mind. But that's okay. That's okay. Because you know what? Who the fuck am I to tell you who to believe in? That's not my job.
You got to do the Sonetta. You got to do the Sonetta impression. I'm finna join the goddamn manosphere.
I'm finna join the goddamn manosphere because you dumb Negroes. Like, are you serious? Like, you don't want this work, bro. I promise you don't want this work. Man, listen, let me tell y'all something. I just picked up 3 books that y'all motherfuckers ain't never even heard of, okay? These are books that were written from 1600s, okay? I paid a pretty little penny for these motherfuckers. I promise you, you're not doing the kind of work that I'm doing. I don't think so. I know so, okay? And again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. This is just what I do, okay? But if you ever really want to get into it and you really feel that itching, you come on over to Reality Check Virtual Radio. I will give you every single opportunity. We have a call in. You can join in by cam up. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You know why? Because the one job that I have as a black man at this time is to break the motherfucking mental change you have in your head. That's my job.
Look, yeah, he was preaching. He said, Lord have mercy, these hoes getting on my nerve. Yeah, I said it. I'm finna join the goddamn manosphere.
That's my job. Y'all not understand. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Y'all ain't understanding.
Hallelujah.
Y'all don't want this work. I promise you don't want this work. Just go back to whoever you listen to and believe the bullshit he's shoveling in your fucking mouth. Don't come to my shit unless you're ready to get this work. I promise you, you don't want it. Okay.
But that's literally what Neely Fuller just said, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he said that whole thing is a distraction to keep people fighting. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, it is.
And look at this though. This is the thing, and I'm not talking about you, bro, because I know you do the atheist debate. So you know that I'm not talking about you. But this is what I'm saying though. When we try to actually talk about some objective things, right? Because what place do religion even have in what we talking about, which is the reason why not to vote for the Democrats. Black people can't not bring religion into the shit.
Right.
And then we end up fighting
Absolutely.
about something that bald-headed man on Neely Fuller Jr.'s video said, you have to worship this person. You have to worship that person. None of this, nothing that we talking about right now, you know what I mean, is going to help get any political objectives that we need to be able to even fund any kind of research into our ancestry, to even be able to know what the hell where we came from or what kind of beliefs our ancestors had. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, zero, absolutely none. And not only that, but it's actually there to actually confuse the masses. Literally, it's there to confuse the masses. So you vote and you do things based on emotions, based on this ideal that your Messiah will come back and rescue you. But at the end of the day, there is no Messiah.
That's why they got half of y'all finna join the goddamn manosphere, and the other half of y'all about to vote for some goddamn strippers.
Right. Y'all waiting for some Messiah to come back and, you know, enslave white folks and shit. Y'all really believe that shit. Like, you're gonna be waiting a long time.
Yeah, that's facts. What's going on? Yeah, no, that's facts. And then, like I said, pay attention to that Neely Fuller Jr. video, because everything we just said, he literally said that. What's good, Drago? What's up, bro? So, and then actually, we're gonna listen to 2 more videos, and then we're gonna go back to that, because I want y'all to hear this. Like, pay attention to this. If you want me to stop it at any place, bro, just let me know and I'll stop.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go right on ahead. This is your show. I'm just a lucky little chipmunk up in this motherfucking stage. That's all.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings. This is just doing a special short version of the cows. Wanted to speak with Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. about homosexual activity. I was able to speak with him privately last week, and he shared some really interesting thoughts, and I wanted him to share that with you all briefly. I didn't want to take up too much of his time. Mr. Fuller, when I spoke with you, you said that white people tend to think of non-white people as boys and girls, and you tied that into how that relates to homosexual behavior. Could you share that with our audience so they can get a really clear picture of what you're saying?
Well, there's a system of white supremacy in place, which just means just mistreatment and domination and use of people in a royalist manner based on color. That's basically what it is. That's what racism is. It's just a variation of the of royalism, but it's based on color rather than on other things like lineage and who your father was and what your name was. I mean, 1,000 years ago, and certain sets of traditions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what basically racism is, and it's turned out to be the most powerful form of royalism in the known universe now, in the form of what we call racism and or white supremacy. Now, in any structure that's dominant, you have to dominate the people in all areas of activity. If you don't dominate them in all areas of activity, then other areas of activity will slip away from the domination factor. And you have 9 areas, according to what I have written, that would just about cover most things. I think that's adequate enough. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Now, I call sex the 8th area of activity in alphabetical order of the other areas of activity. So that just comes up as number 8. But sex is the most powerful motivating force among people.
Now, the reason why I stopped that is because what I want to show you is that what Neely Fuller Jr. said, that those areas of operation are, notice how when it comes to dealing with the strippers, they're using sex to direct your politics.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? They're using sex to direct your politics. So again, if this thing that Neely Fuller Jr. is telling you how it works, if it doesn't exist, we have strippers being used to get you to do your political things. What do you think about that, bro?
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is this idea, if they can say, because they hypersexualize black men, they've hypersexualized and oversexualized black women. You see what I'm saying? Women ain't nothing but a toy, a play toy, something to be used to have, right? To dominate. Black men, same thing. You're an animal. You are to be dominated. You are only interested in having sex. You know what I mean? This is what it is. Hey, shake a couple asses in front of their face and they'll do what the fuck we say. And we have to recognize this. This goes a long ways back, man. This goes back all the way back before buck breaking. I keep on telling y'all, this goes back all the way back to the Bible. They've been using sex as a way to manipulate. You know what I mean? This is way back. You know what I mean? And people are not understanding this. This is why it's so funny to me that people actually believe this religion. They believe this thing that has been force fed to them because it makes them feel good. Just like sex, it makes you feel good, right? Thinking about those fat asses, right? Get down here to the voting office, and you'll get all the fucking ass you want. You know what I mean? This is this hypersexualization of black men and black women, and people are not even seeing it. And this has been
Facts.
going on for ages. It's actually amazing to me that nobody is seeing this.
And another thing they used to do was, fathers back then used to sell their daughters, and they would try to sell their daughters off to men who were at a higher class stature than them in order to be able to jump classes. So again, like, sex has always been used as a tool of manipulation.
Always. This is in the white supremacist fucking manual. Sex. If all else fails, sex.
Yeah.
Like, people don't seem to get this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fact.
Why do you think that all the videos, you know what I mean? We go in the 80s, we go from positive videos where, you had, Queen Latifah, who you calling a bitch? You know what I mean? MC Light. We had Black Power idealism, right? And now all you see is sexualized black women on the TV, and you have dudes on there talking about, I got a big dick and I'm a bust and all this other shit. Why do you see that? Because this is what they are using to hypnotize black folks. Because, and it's really funny too, because the biggest consumer of our music is white folks. But it's the visionary shit that we see that black folks always want to copy and imitate and mimic, right? It's like we like the songs and shit, but we imitate what we see on TV.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And people aren't even recognizing it. White folks is buying the music, and you're being hypnotized by the music.
Right.
It's
being
crazy.
Hypnotized by these stupid ass messages.
Right. That's why
still hypnotized by religion. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not picking on you, Melanin, but we're not even talking about religion anymore. And you still, you know what I'm saying? Like, can't not talk about the Bible. The Bible warned us about this shit. The Bible didn't warn us about a damn thing. The Bible didn't warn any civilization about any Europeans pulling up to subjugate them. The only civilization that I know about on record that actually had some kind of warning from somewhere was the Mayans and the Aztecs. They had a prophecy on the Mayan calendar that said that pale men with beards would come and conquer those kingdoms, and that shit happened. Other than that, I don't know about anybody else who had any kind of prophecy. And the Mayans for damn sure, and the Aztecs for damn sure weren't Christians. So like we need to get this when we're talking about politics and business, we need to get the religion out of it, because religion has been used to dominate every single empire that was ever an empire on the planet. There's the Holy Roman Empire, the Spanish Empire, all of these empires, especially the European empires, which we're part of, a European empire, was created through manipulation of masses with religion.
Can we get this real quick, Melanin? Let me give you a little something, and this is the last thing I'm going to say about the religion. Your Bible didn't prophesy anything, and this is how you know your book didn't prophesy anything. The fact of the matter is, according to your own Bible, God should have already came back. And what do I mean by that? You say, can't nobody, the Bible says you can't know the time nor the hour of the day, right? Well, you're right. But guess what, Jesus, your guy Jesus, right? I don't know if you consider him God in the flesh or if you consider him the Son of God. Either way, it really doesn't matter, okay? Because one thing that your God did, Jesus, he did prophesy one thing, and he said Jesus was going to come back. And he was going to come back with all power. And this is what I want you to pay attention to. Jesus said, Mark chapter 9, verse 1. Okay? Speaking to the people that he was speaking to at the time. And I'm going to actually quote out of the Bible just so I don't get this. So you can't,
Wait, hold on real quick, bro. Hold on real quick. This is like this right here. This is interesting to me, because my thing is when we're talking about political things and trying to improve things, what are the complaints? No one's complained about anything. Like Izzy hasn't complained about the fact that anybody believes in God or any religion. I haven't made any kind of complaint. And the thing is that one thing that I don't appreciate, one of the reasons why I have issues with a lot of the gender war content and a lot of the dating coach and red pill stuff, is because I don't appreciate Black people using white supremacist talking points and white supremacist tactics to try to discredit other Black people. If we're talking about Black issues, or if we're talking about something that's relevant to all of us and there's a disagreement, it's not complaining. So you wouldn't say that to a white person. When we were talking about that white woman who was killed by Muhammad Noor, nobody said that her family was complaining.
Nope.
We're talking about trying to figure out solutions to deal with first the issues that we have, because before we get anything done, we need to deal with the mental block that a lot of us has. So for anybody to say, just pointing out the complaints, what complaint? What complaint are we talking about? Because who was complaining? And the thing is that the things that we're talking about, if anybody is complaining, what you need to do first before you come to our channel, since we have all the disparities here, you need to go to Fox, you need to go to the Young Turks, you need to go to CNBC, you need to go to MSNBC, you need to go to CBS, and you need to go to ABC, and you need to tell them first, as Americans, they need to stop the complaining and they need to look in the Bible. Then come to us, this channel that's attempting to help the community that has the most disparities and not complain about the disparities, but find solutions to them. Then tell us about that shit.
Right. So, and I'm just going to end this. This Bible isn't for you guys. And I'm just going to end it with this. Mark chapter 9, verse 1 tells you that this Bible is not for you. Okay. If you read Mark chapter 8, you read and you understand Jesus is standing around. He's talking to a whole bunch of people. And I need you guys to pay attention to this. This is why we have to get out of this way of thinking. The fact of the matter is, he said, okay, Mark chapter 9, verse 1, and he said, he being Jesus, verily I say unto you, he said, surely you can take my word on it. This is Jesus saying this. He says, I promise you this. That's what that is. Verily I say unto you, I promise you this will happen. That there be some of them that stand here, not you that's reading this Bible, but the people that he is standing around talking to at that point. He said, verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here, which shall not taste of death. Meaning, there are people that will be that are standing with me right now that will never even taste death till they have seen the kingdom of God come with all power. Let me explain this real quick. He's saying the people that's standing around, that's listening to him at that moment, then there are people that wouldn't die, and Jesus would, and God would come back. His Father, God, would come back. Now, let's just real quick. Even if we said there was a child that was being born at the time he was speaking those words, that means one generation. From this moment, from that moment, one generation. And let's give that generation 100 years. One generation, 100 years, even though we know that a generation was 100 years. Let's say one generation, 100 years. That means at 104 BC, God should have came back. 104 BC, God, before that, he should have came back at some time. See, now, here's the thing. That means 104. Where are we at? We're at 2021, right? We're in 2021, right? This Bible isn't reading to you. This Bible isn't talking about the future and throwing prophecies for us now. It was throwing prophecies for the people at the time. He late. I don't listen to Mark. I can tell you don't listen to Mark. I can also tell that you ain't never read your own religion. I can also tell that you ain't never did your due diligence when it comes to this manuscript that you claim to be real. The fact of the matter is all Matthew, Luke, John were all copied from Mark. Mark is the first. See, the fact of the matter is you guys are using an outdated book that wasn't ever even talking to you as some sort of manuscript for your life. And that's the problem. You're using a manuscript that was for then to run your life now, and you're looking for coincidences of things then that happen now. The problem is these things have happened throughout history. Let me say that again, just so you catch on. The abundance of sex, using too much sex, fucking a whole bunch of people shaking their ass. Guess what? They also thought God was coming back in the 1800s during Manifest Destiny and the white men going west, using these same prophecies. Why? Because the whole West was quite literally built on prostitution. Oh, wait, but we're not done there. See, there's always been sexual revolutions. That means nothing. You're just being fooled by said sexual revolutions, and you are being fooled by a book that's giving you bullshit prophecies. Prophecies that have happened over and over and over and over and over again.
Right. And I got two questions. My first question is, what has your understanding of religion done for your empowerment? That's the first question.
Absolutely. That's a great question. Please answer that one.
Yeah, like that's the first question. You know what I'm saying? And the second statement that I have to make is a lot of times, like when I talk about this or like when I listen to people, sometimes like people end up suffering from this thing that I call pro-black blackout or pro-black blackout. And people start saying and doing shit that doesn't make sense. Like one of the things that people do and says that doesn't make sense is people who attempt to criticize other black people will say, well, you know, you're doing this and dealing with the white man system. You're doing that and dealing with the white man system, while you're literally interrupting shit that's trying to make things more justifiable for black people here in a white person system, while practicing telling us that we need to practice the books of the Bible that same white man picked out for your religion. Because I don't know if you're aware, but that Bible, those books were sanctioned from the Knights Templar, the Priory of Sion, the Council of Nicaea. Yeah. So again, we deal a lot of times people who say, well, you know, you can't use politics because politics is using a white man's way of trying to negotiate for resources in the real world. You're saying that and using that as a point of contention or criticism while interrupting how we're trying to empower ourselves with a religion that's currently enslaving you. Like,
Right.
I need that to be explained to me.
Right. You know what I mean? And you could say I'm not Christian. You could say I'm not, you know, Jewish, or I'm an Israelite or Muslim. Guess what? I promise you, if you believe in a God, that foundation in your God belief comes from the Abrahamic belief system, period. No ifs, no ands, no buts, especially if you was born in America. So anybody that claims, well, I'm not a Christian, I'm an Israelite, or I'm not this, or I'm not that. Yeah, I don't really give a shit. Your God concept comes from this religion. Everything that you build your God concept around comes from the Abrahamic belief system, primarily Christianity, whether you want to admit it in here or not. And I can care less what you tell me over text. I can care less. I really can.
Now, and another thing that I have to ask is, like, this is another thing that we have to do. Like, we have to stop, like, if we're going to say somebody is an intellectual, or if we're going to say somebody is an intelligent elder, we pick and choose like the things that they say that make us feel good, and then the things that make us have somewhat of cognitive dissonance or lose a little bit of confidence in our reality. We don't mention those things and act like those things don't exist, because literally all of the criticisms that Izzy has had about religion are literally things that Neely Fuller Jr. said. So if we're going to sit here and repeat what Neely Fuller Jr. says as far as white supremacy takes both sides of an argument, are we going to then turn around and say, but we'll just ignore his entire segment on religion and how religion has our mind enslaved? Which one are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because now what we're doing is we're being confused, like he said, with the nonsense that's taught. And now you're delegitimizing your own elders. And this is how you get a bunch of black dudes worshiping Jordan Peterson instead of listening to the wonderful intellectuals that we have that delivered messages to empower us.
Facts. I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, if you want to use the Bible as some sort of blueprint to make you feel good, cool, whatever. I don't care. But you can find those same points in ancient African spirituality. You can find them in the 42 Laws of Ma'at. You can find them in the spiritual idealisms of the Dogon. You can find them in, you know, any other tribe in Africa. You don't need the Bible. The Bible isn't what is the originator of this. Like, let's just be honest about it. And yeah, when we talk about the origins of the Bible actually came out of Africa from other idealisms, right? So other ideologies, other forms of religion, other types. But again, that doesn't give any more credibility to the Bible. Again, you could figure out all these things that's in the Bible alone. You don't need it. Again, if you really want to point to the scriptures in the Bible. You also and you want to point to the good scriptures. That's cool. That's fine. But that's ignoring all the things that the scriptures have actually done to negatively impact you from your in your life on a day-to-day basis. And that's the biggest problem that I have with this religion. This is the biggest problem I have with this book or this ideology, is that you ignore the things that have quite literally kept you in chains. It was okay to keep your mind enslaved. It was okay to keep your body enslaved. The Bible justifies these things. This Bible justifies genocide. Again, you don't need the Bible to understand that these things are wrong. So I don't understand why people want to clutch onto this book so bad that you want to go against other brothers and sisters that's trying to fucking, make a way out this system.
Right. And we're not even telling you not to believe.
Right.
We never said put your religion down right now. Nobody ever said that.
Absolutely. Keep your religion if you want, but dude, understand what it is. And this, and again, L, don't get me wrong. This all actually does have to do with the topic at hand.
Yeah, that's facts. It does.
Because the way you believe, and I want y'all to understand this shit. The way you believe and what you believe actually dictates how you vote and how you make your decisions.
But then I gotta ask this though. Melanin, you said you're not defending the Christian Bible, but what you don't understand is that the Bible was never under attack.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible was never under attack. I never do videos about religion, ever. The only time religion ever comes up is if somebody throws religion out there. And it's never me who throws religion out there. And if I throw religion out there, it's never in a way to credit or discredit it. It's about something that can be quoted, or it's about a misuse of it.
Right.
And I never tell anybody, don't be a Muslim. I never tell anybody, don't be a Christian. I never tell anybody any of that stuff. And Izzy is an atheist. So Izzy debates religion all the time. But the thing is that 9 times out of 10, anytime we get onto a tangent like this, it's because of an overly aggressive Christian that feels some kind of way when they hear somebody saying something about their religion that's true that they don't like. And then it goes from being a hardcore Christian to, well, I'm not really Christian like that. I'm more spiritual.
Right.
I don't believe in this book. I don't believe in that book.
Right.
And that's the thing. When you start breaking things down like that, then you gotta question yourself, because you gotta ask yourself, was Jesus a Christian? You know what I mean?
My whole point is, your ideology dictates the way that you do things on a day-to-day
right
basis.
And it's a thought process. It's a thought process, because the thing is you keep saying that you're not defending Jesus. Izzy and we know you're not defending God. We know you're not defending God, because God's not under attack.
I don't even believe there's a God, so I'm not attacking a God.
Right.
I'm attacking a concept.
No one's attacked God.
Right. Right. You know what I mean? I attack a concept, right? But I attack a concept because that concept actually holds us, when people use these kind of ideologies in order to make decisions on your day-to-day life, those decisions that you make actually affect me, another black man. They affect Rob. They affect Queen. They affect Shatira. They affect Law. They affect all of the people around you based upon your ideology. And this is a problem. This is one of the biggest problems we have in the black community. We're letting ideologies dictate how we go about trying to get some sort of a semblance of justice. And that's a problem. That's the biggest problem we have.
That's one of the reasons I don't rock with that gender war content. I don't rock with that bullshit, because it politicizes shit. You have different kind of women. You know what I'm saying? Then you have some of those motherfuckers that want to put certain groups of women over other women. That's bullshit. Then you have, okay, so now let's remove that. And now we're talking about specifically black women. So now you have some black women who are outspoken. All of a sudden, black women being outspoken somehow has to do with feminism. What the fuck do that have to do with feminism? Now we're politicizing, personality traits. What if somebody is just outspoken? What if somebody just happens to get an education? See, like that's one of the reasons why I don't like that shit, because now we're putting shit in a box. All right. So, first and foremost, automatically, if you happen to be a sister, if you happen to, have an education, if you happen to have a PhD, if you happen to actually give a shit about your career, all of a sudden, somehow you're a feminist. That's not necessarily true all the time.
That is definitely not true.
You know what I mean?
I should say. Yeah.
Somehow that's masculine energy. No. Right. Somehow that's blue pill shit. No. That's the dumbest shit ever. And I agree with Primal. Putting things in boxes is dangerous. It's dangerous as hell.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And people can call me a simp or people can say whatever, but I stand behind that shit. All women have all kinds of issues. You know what I'm saying? And that's just it. Just like men, all men have all different kinds of issues. But the thing is there we go with that same bullshit. That shit, that red pill shit is the exact same kind of shit as religion, where you put shit in a box and you can't see outside of it because that shit's in a box. Right. Oh, well, if you're not a Christian, then you must worship the devil. You must not have any morals. You must not have any ethics. You must be evil. No, you must not be. I don't know anything else about you other than the fact that you may not have the same belief as me. I want to understand more about you.
Right.
What happened to that shit? That's lazy thought processes. And lazy thought processes is the reason why we have a Democratic Party that thinks that it can put some ass in front of our face and we'll go do what the fuck it tells us to.
Bingo. And we have just reached the conclusion of the race. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you see, that's why all this stuff is important. Like, people think, oh yeah, you're just attacking. No, I'm not attacking anything, because there is a reason why. We are being played. And the sooner we get out of that way of thinking, the better off we'll be. Like, you can't destroy a system praying about it. You can't destroy a system just by being fucking convinced of some book that you don't know who wrote. You can't let this type of thinking, tell you where to go when you go out here and you do things on a day-to-day basis. When you vote, right? If you vote, right? Who are you gonna vote for? How are you gonna vote for them? You know what I mean? That stuff is outdated. It's played out, bro. And we're smarter than that as human beings. We are smarter than that, bro. And we need to get out of this thought process of, ideology dictating shit. This is the reason why we don't get nothing from these politics, because we think ideology should automatically be known. But it's not known, right? This is why we thought Obama was gonna fucking have our backs, because Obama is one of us. Right? And don't get me wrong. Like, I know there's a lot of people here that was like, fuck Obama and woo, woo, woo. But there's a lot more of y'all motherfuckers who actually voted for Obama.
And didn't vote and didn't vote for, and the thing is that there's a lot of people that disagree with how Izzy feels about Obama. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that, I don't think Izzy is like rah Obama. It points out the things that he sees that Obama did do that in a sly way benefit black people, right? So like, I don't have a problem with that, because when we look at shit, we have to be, we have to use critical thinking. You know what I'm saying? And we also have to be honest about things, right? So you have to use that critical thinking. The problem is that despite the fact that Izzy is not rah Obama, a lot of people that are rah Obama, Izzy can give more reasons of why Obama was a beneficial president than those people who are rah Obama. And those people voted for Obama clearly because they said, oh, he looked like me, so I'm gonna vote for him. He gonna do everything, he gonna do everything. And that's not it.
He gonna fix it all for us.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's not it. And so Melanin, you say what is going to advance black people socio-politically? The first thing that's going to advance black people socio-politically is understanding how to properly think.
Right.
Understand how to think properly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Critical
then you
thinking.
like this right here. Like this isn't critical thinking. You can't destroy a system non-violently either. Okay, so give me a violent means that we can currently use right now to destroy white supremacy. I'll end this live stream right now and jump through my window and be on my Rambo shit. What can I do right now violently to destroy white supremacy? We'll all leave this. We'll all leave the video right now. I'll tell Primal my address so that he can hide, so that he don't catch a stray bullet from somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because Primal's a cool white dude, and I don't want nothing to happen to my homie. You know what I'm saying? I'm bucking my eyes right now. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like seriously, what can we do right now? Because I'll do it. I'll stop the live stream right now, and I'll get on with it right now.
Yeah. And you talking about you can't destroy a system non-violently. Okay, where's your army?
Look, Primal said thanks.
Where's your army? Where's your army? Like, tell us how to do it violently and tell me where that army is.
Right. I know 2 forms of martial arts. I'm a good boxer and I'm in really good shape. So, and I know how to shoot. I know how to use a weapon. I know how to use size, nunchucks, and a bow. So tell me what I can do.
Right.
Tell me every skill set that I have. I told you I know 2 martial arts. You know what I'm saying? And I know how to use 3 hand weapons. I know how to use size, nunchucks, and a bow. Tell me all of that stuff that I can that will allow me to defend myself against a hypersonic missile. I'll wait.
Wait, we should have the Jeopardy fucking song playing right now.
Right.
Do 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 do.
And see, this is one of those things. Remember, Izzy, when I had texted you and I had said that I was gonna go over some notes, like some brainstorming stuff that I had wrote at work. One of the things that I had wrote at work, one thing that we have to stop doing as black people, man, like we have to stop doing this shit, is anytime there are black people talking about an idea of empowerment, you have to stop trying to like tear them down. You have to stop like trying to like invalidate anything that they do. Pan-African people need to stop trying to invalidate American descendants of slavery. American descendants of slavery need to stop trying to invalidate people who are Pan-African. We need to all be on the same page. I'm not going back to Africa, but like I said, I'll be more than happy to do whatever I can to help a Pan-Africanist get back to Africa. I'm not going back. You know what I'm saying? Black Hebrew Israelites want to tell everybody about their lineage. Listen, I could give 2 flying shits less about a damn tribe. But if what I'm doing can somehow help you, I'll be more than happy to do that shit. That's not my objective. That's not my immediate objective. You know what I'm saying? Izzy is an atheist. Am I an atheist? I don't know. I honestly don't even know what the fuck I am as far as religious belief. I question everything. But the thing is that Izzy's atheism gives people the critical thinking that they need to have to be able to question everything in a white supremacist system. So like I always tell Izzy, anything that I can do to help, I got you. That's how the fuck we need to be. I'm not gonna cut in if I have a slight issue with something that Izzy's saying, I'm not gonna cut in front of him and say, listen, you're not a valid person, and you know what I'm saying, like you're a detriment because you have a belief that's slightly different than mine. Why do we do that?
I don't understand why critical thinking is such a hard thing for us to grasp as a collective, not as individuals, not particularly calling out any individual in this room, right? But as a collective, we have a hard time understanding this concept of critical thinking. And the only way, honestly, you're going to get out of the system of white supremacy is by critically thinking, right? Yeah, will it take some violence, a little bit of violence? Probably, but you haven't critically thought about this shit enough to actually have any kind of plan.
And
right?
and I'm not trying to be funny, but like this kind of stuff right here, like asking those questions and then the LOLs after it. If this was the Black Authorities live stream, if this was Jason Black, D Tubman would be on your ass, block you, not let you comment anymore until you call in and explain what you're talking about. And Jason Black will probably clown the fuck out of you and hang up.
Right. The thing, like, we have to understand, how do you critically think, right? And I'm gonna nail this into the wall, because okay, you critically think, right? Critically think the violence aspects. Then you have to also critically think the higher consciousness aspects. You got to critically think about the financial aspects of it. You got to critically think about every single portion of it. But the thing is all we're saying and all I'm seeing actually is motherfuckers saying, well, I mean, you think we're going to be able to, overrun a violent system with non-violence? Well, okay, fine, that's cool. We all get that. Now, what next?
Right.
What's next? Oh, well, we need higher consciousness. Okay, higher consciousness. What's next? Oh, we need financial. Okay, finances. What's next? See, and this is where we get stuck at. Oh, well, we need food and shit. Okay, food. What next? How do you get that food? How do you get them guns? How do you get those finances? How do you get that higher consciousness? Then how do you put all of those things together, make them cohesive, and then actually take over this white supremacist system? And where's the game plan? See, this is critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Simple shit.
And the thing is stop saying please, 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 Black people. Stop saying stupid shit like what we need to understand is politics is not going to get us anywhere. Because I'll give you a whole list of people who don't use politics and they're not anywhere. Let's talk about gangs. Let's talk about drug dealers. Those people have clearly said, I'm not going to operate within the system. I'm going to operate outside the system. Guess what? White supremacy puts them in handcuffs right back in the system. So these are people who have more courage to a system that you're not working in because you go to work every day, or you have that you pay white supremacy to have licensed and running. You don't have a trap house. You know what I'm saying? You're not selling drugs. You're not selling anything off the market. You're working within a white supremacist system. So if people are trying to use politics or whatever, you have to use tools. If you're in a jail, you're not gonna be able to use anything outside of that jail to get out of the jail. You're gonna have to start chipping away at the wall with a spoon that you might have got first. So is it that people, when people are trying to come up with constructive concepts, people say, oh no, listen, we just have to fight these people. Okay, tell me what we're going to do to fight an army tank. Tell me what we're going to do. Yeah, tell me what we're going to do to fight an assault rifle. You know, people couldn't even take down Kyle Rittenhouse. All of these police officers that kill these violent criminals. Okay, clearly they're killing criminals because those criminals will turn around and kill you. Neely Fuller Jr. talks about them. So all of these alleged solutions that are so clever, tell me who's done them and who's won and what the strategy is and why that hasn't been done on a global scale. Like, don't waste my time with this bullshit. If you're going to be a part of my time, then use my time to be productive. The first thing that we have to do is all get on accord, and we can't even do that. So before you talk about you want to like white supremacy is Jake Paul, and Black people are Nate Robinson. In case you haven't noticed the pattern over the last 400 years, one thing that I want to do is change that pattern. So Jake Paul's not standing over your ass and you're on the ground with Tweety Bird flying around your fucking head. Just saying.
We need to go above the simple ideal rhetoric. We need to, ideals are nice, but how do we put them into action? And that takes critical thinking
and
and
action plans and mission
right,
statements and vision statements
right,
and stuff like that.
right.
And if people have a problem with trying to work within the system in order to get out of the system, do not come to me about that shit. Go to the people that have the system set up, because if you can take your method to those people that have the system set up and beat the system with your method, I can spend my time doing other shit. I don't need to do this.
Right. I mean, look, I think there's many different aspects that this needs to come out of, but at the end of the day, we have to have better game plans. And the thing is, we always say it, it's said a lot in our community. You got to play chess, not checkers, right? And I always say, we're not playing chess at all. We're not even playing checkers for that matter. We're playing Uno.
Right. I sit down and me and TD Hip Hop Media all the time. We're coming up with a strategic plan to try to do things. Ice Cube came up with a strategic plan. These same motherfuckers who sit around and complain about nothing getting done, when people do try to come up with a strategic plan, for some reason they have a problem with it. Got a problem with it. Ice Cube is a successful businessman, but for some reason, black people who don't have shit had the nerve to turn their face up at Ice Cube and say, well, this nigga's not qualified to do this shit. How the fuck is he not qualified to do this shit when he has $1 million record company? He's made millions off of the movies. He's clearly strategically positioned himself in life as what people like to say is a high value man. What has anybody else done to compete with the resources that Ice Cube has gotten out of this system? So clearly he might know something that you don't.
And here's the problem: we don't have no black kamikazes. That's the problem, because we don't have an army to make that kamikaze issue work.
I disagree. We're all involuntary kamikazes. You just don't know it.
Involuntary, but that's not. But what I'm saying is there's not a, like, okay. So when we talk about kamikazes, right? We're talking about people who give up their lives in order to ultimately win a war.
Yeah, and
right?
we do that every day walking around in black skin. You're an involuntary kamikaze. You just don't know it yet.
But here's the problem. Most of these motherfuckers who are kamikazes, they don't even realize they in a war.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Most of us don't know we're in a war. We're involuntary kamikazes.
They don't even know we in a war, bro, because they look at everything as sweet right now.
Exactly. And what Shatera is saying is it's the system, and it's the white man arguments as it relates to interracial issues is over. Exactly.
Right.
Absolutely. Because that same Dwight man is the white man that put YouTube together so that our black asses can have these conversations. But we still can't even utilize that shit because of the problems within us. So for one, when it comes to dealing with black empowerment, if you are actually empowered, people need to stop taking the white man and putting it into those kind of stations to deal with shit until we actually deal with ourselves to be able to deal with the white man.
Yeah,
because
we're fractured, bro. We don't even use our own websites when we create them. We don't, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
We don't use, the spaces that we create. We don't trust each other. Nelly Fuller Jr. said it best. We so busy watching ourselves, we ain't watching them, and then we don't even trust each other because we so busy watching ourselves.
Right. I got a question. So everybody complains about the fact that specifically black legislation has come from politics, right? But you know what's crazy? A lot of people who are not specifically black benefit from that legislation. So my question is to everybody who complains about the not specifically black legislation that comes out, who's applied for any of it? Who's attempted to utilize any of it? Anybody?
Actually.
Well, I know you have, bro. But you're a minority. Anybody who has gotten turned down for a program that's supposed to be a lift every all boats, rise all tide policy. Anybody that's complaining about that shit, get in touch with me on Facebook or Instagram. Shoot me a PDF copy of your rejection letter. I'll fire up a live stream and you can come on and explain your plight. But if we haven't even tried any of that shit, because a lot of times that's one thing that we're guilty of, is we'll say a lot of shit that we haven't tried and then say, oh, this shit didn't work out for us. Well, why didn't it work out? Because I didn't try it. That shit happens a lot. And I believe you should, Tara. I believe that you did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doubting you, but there's a lot of, we know, you know what I'm saying, that there's a lot of us that just don't do shit. And we'll be like, we didn't do it. When it comes down to it, I actually
because we're defeated before we even start, bro. And that's one of the biggest problems with us as a community, as a collective. You know what I mean? Because the thing is after, and this is, I don't think people really understand how serious it is. We have such bad PTSD, post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah.
Okay. We have such bad epigenetics and history that all we ever do is talk about, well, we tried that once and then we don't try anything else.
Right.
Like, we lose motivation so quick as a collective. It's not even funny.
Well, and then another thing that we do, like, okay, so like, and again, I got to pick on Melanin, but okay, so we're talking about something, right? Like, me and TD talk about politics a lot. We talk about politics, and then you have people that come in and say, nah, we need to just run up on these white people with guns. Okay. I'm not talking about running up on white people with guns. If that's how you feel, I'll cash app you some money so you can go to a gun store and do whatever you need to do, and you can take your ass out of my political video, because I'm talking about politics. But see, the problem is with a lot of black people is because you have no power, because the white man has his foot on your neck and it really makes you feel like shit. A lot of motherfuckers want to come around and try to make other motherfuckers feel like shit who are actually trying to do some productive shit. Okay, I'll cash app you. You want to run up on some white people? I'll cash app you some money for some bullets and some guns. You go do that. That's what you want to do. I don't want to do that. And I don't have to do it. And I don't give a fuck. And just because I don't want to do my shit that way doesn't make me any more or less black than you. You want to do your shit that way, that's fine. Like I said, do it. I'll support you. That's not how I want to do that shit. I don't like sedans. I like coupes. Right. I don't like sedans. I like coupes. You feel that everybody should drive a sedan? Okay, I'll cash app you some money. Go get you a sedan, but don't fuck with what I'm doing. I don't understand what's the problem. Like, why do black people have such a problem with that shit? What's the territorial shit? Is because when motherfuckers don't have no territory, they want to take anytime they see anybody else making territory. Like, I don't get that shit.
Well, what it is again, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the run up and the violence and all that. I don't really have an issue with it. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what it takes, then I'm down to do it. But I ain't gonna fucking just start doing something for no reason.
Right.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing something just to lose.
Right. And I'm not gonna do something just because somebody else is saying to do that shit.
Right. I think Jomo's question, I think, is actually a pretty good question. Because he said land is a big factor, ultimately, his point. And I agree, absolutely. I think land is one of the biggest factors in why we can't get anything started for us. I think that's like really one of the biggest problems. We can't get any space. We have no space. We're so disjointed from community to community. We can't get no land. That's going to be the biggest, way of getting independence, is by getting land and everybody actually jumping on with that. But the thing is,
how do we get land? How do we get land?
We start paying for it. We start buying it up. We start, everything's for sale in America.
So if we listen to some of these motherfuckers and I'm not talking about you, Melanin, but I'm just talking about people. So if we listen to some of these people that say, oh, y'all want to deal with the white man. Okay, so tell me what land I can run up on with force and take it, since you don't like my idea of, politics and preserving our neighborhoods, gentrification, you know what I'm saying, trying to like keep crime rates down so that they don't push the real estate prices down, everything, and go buy everything out. You motherfuckers want to use brute force because brute force makes you feel good and makes you have a fantasy that you can actually survive a head-to-head encounter with some race soldiers or some white supremacist military or whatever, or even some civilian white supremacist military like Oath Keepers or some shit like that. Well, hey, whatever, man, go ahead. But let's talk in terms of being realistic.
See, my biggest problem with this whole concept of let's go to war, my dude, you don't have no land to go to war on.
Don't have nothing to go to war with.
You don't have nothing. You as an individual, you think some Taliban shit is going to work here?
And the thing is that the Taliban, they got a completely different mentality. Completely different mentality. Most people who say that they're ready to die and willing to go to war, y'all can't even go a day without a toilet. You can't go a day without running water. You talking about people that live in caves and navigate through minefields to get back to their headquarters and places every day.
You're talking about people who have land that know how to fucking strategically take over that land. You talking about people that are destabilizing whole fucking countries. You have no freaking idea what it takes to destabilize this country. That's problematic.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You're sitting here, you're everybody wants to be hopped up on going to war, but you have nothing to fight with.
And
this is the biggest problem we have. We don't have nothing. So you got to build that shit, bro. So you can sit here and you can make all this, all these grandiose statements, and it sounds good when you say it. It might feel good when you type it, but at the end of the day, it's a war you're gonna lose. Like, if anybody doesn't get this, I suggest you read The Art of War.
Yeah, facts. And I'll tell you who has read The Art of War. Let's talk about places where there's majority black people. Where are places that are majority black people that are controlled by black people?
Nowhere.
And I'll tell you why. The problem is exactly like what you have anytime even something like this is going on. You have black people trying to get together to do something collective, and then there's just some people that just can't see it taking place. They got to bring up religion. They got to bring up, well, what you're saying is wrong. Okay, what's wrong with what I'm saying? Why do we have to bring up religion? Why? I don't think a lot of motherfuckers actually really want any kind of empowerment. I think a lot of motherfuckers actually just want recognition from the shit. Well, if I talk this shit and I say this and it sounds good, well, the motherfuckers will listen. But actually, you don't know a world without white supremacy, and that world without white supremacy scares you because white supremacy has fucking fed you your entire life. So when it comes to actually being accountable and actually being a man, well, motherfuckers don't know how to do that shit, and motherfuckers don't have enough backbone to say, well, you know what? If I trip and fall, I'll get back up again and keep trying. Because like when it gets down to this kind of shit and when it gets down to these kind of conversations, that's when it's not a lot of motherfuckers saying too much more. It sounds real good. Well, just dealing with doing anything wrong is just wrong. If that's the case, explain how the fuck organized crime works. You know what organized criminals do? Organized criminals work outside of the law in order to create legitimate front businesses. So if we're dealing with white supremacy as black empowerment, what the fuck is so hard about dealing outside of the system to create legitimate front businesses? People have in the past. Frank Lucas did it. And you know who was Frank Lucas's biggest motherfucking rival? Another black man, Nicky Bonds. Why is that?
Because that's how it goes, bro. White supremacy, a system of white supremacy has black folks at other black folks' throats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is the clusterfuck of madness right here, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you want to go to war, I'm all for going to war, but I'm not fighting them fucking losing war. So,
right. And I should be
talking about some. You better start talking about some land. You better start talking about some battle tactics. You better be talking about financial independence. You better start talking about some sort of financial economic backing. You better start talking about agriculture, and you better start talking about being able to feed your fucking army. Again, you have no army if you can't feed it. You can't feed it without money and land. You see, see how this shit goes? Again, y'all want to fight an army you can't win. You don't know how to fish. You've been given fish your whole life, but you don't know how to fish.
Right. How many times, bro? How many times have I said in my streams, anybody that's been listening to me for a long time, I know Delmo and you-law heard me say this shit, black people can't even do crime right. And this is what I'm talking about. This went like what Shatera is saying. Thank you. Criminal activity is supposed to lead to legitimate income. Look at how the mafia is set up. The mafia don't sell drugs to other white people. The mafia doesn't fuck up white neighborhoods.
Well, they don't fuck up Italian neighborhoods.
Yeah, they don't fuck up Italian neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And my thing is, am I telling anybody to be a criminal? No. But the thing is that the Italian mafia works to empower Italians. It's damaging and it harms other Italians too. But the thing is it also is organized and it keeps things in a nice clean pile. A bunch of kids and women and all kinds of shit aren't getting killed all the damn time. It's organized. That's why it's called organized crime. We can't even organize for crime. Why is that?
But you want to organize for a war.
Right. Like, see, and this is what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to say right, exactly. And you want to organize for war. And I'm not bringing this up to pick on you, Melanin. But the thing is that you brought in the religion. You know what I'm saying? You got Izzy, you know what I'm saying, giving you the whole rundown on why the religion is illegitimate when that's energy that we could be wasting on white supremacist trolls. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Right.
And why are you not answering or addressing any of the this is what I'm saying. Address the questions and address the statements that we're making. All right, Bernie. Peace, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying. Address the questions.
Stay up, Bernie.
See, like, you wanted to bring it here, so we're here.
All right.
And then this is what I'm saying. Like, didn't we say shit like this? You better start talking about psychology. Where's Delmo at? In you-law? How many videos have I done on operant conditioning and positive reinforcement? This is what I'm saying. Then you have black people, they just come in and tell you what you need to start doing and what you don't need to start doing halfway through the fucking game. Oh, listen, yeah, you need to start playing a 3-2 zone. Motherfucker, we've been playing a 3-2 zone. You're late to the game.
Our whole mindset is fucked up. This is the reason why we have to start from the crux. We have to start from the bottom and rebuild. Remember, everybody's always talking about this unlearn shit and then relearn, right? Unlearn, relearn, unlearn, relearn, right? And that's the biggest problem we have because we're unlearning the shit that we don't need, but we're learning more shit we don't need. Like, that's the problem. Like, we have to fucking, as a collective, right? As a collective, we have to go and we have to start taking chapters from other people's books if we had to. Or we have to start taking, back those chapters of books that we are the ones that wrote.
And we also have to start uniting on common ground and stop only focusing on differences. There's things that me and Izzy don't agree on at all. There's things
very much so.
Yeah, there's things that me and Shatera don't agree on at all. But what we do agree on is that we expect better of black people and we want to enable black people to be able to be better. So why the differences that I have with Shatera, the differences that I have with Izzy, those things don't affect our daily lives and they don't harm each other either. So why the fuck will we blow up over that shit?
Yeah, there's no reason to.
Why? There's no reason to.
Like, we can have a conversation, right? We can have differences of opinions. We can have that conversation, but ultimately, what ultimately matters is that our end goal is the same, and we have different ideas on how to get to that end goal, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's not at all.
Right, because we need to hit all different areas. Like Delmo is saying it right there, right? Jomo, he's saying it. He's like, well, we need land. That's right. So we need to start acquiring land. I don't disagree with that.
And Jelmo could start doing that shit. Right now, if I think that the action is we need to start growing food, then that's what I can do. I can buy some land and I can start growing some food.
You know what?
What's up?
No, I'll go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, and I was going to say, and if Rob says, well, I think it's it's an economic foundation. Okay, cool. Rob's going to go buy some land. He's going to build an economic situation, right? And then here comes Melanin. Melanin says, but we need to be ready for war. Cool. All right. Now he goes off and he builds on that land that we've acquired from Delmo, right? And Rob, that's building the economic foundation off the land that Delmo got. He's building the economic that backs up the ability to get these things. Now you can start manufacturing your guns, your bullets, your motherfucking, training grounds, right? Again, everybody has different ways, but we have to figure out a way to work together to make all these things come true. And the problem is I don't know if black folks have the, testicular fortitude to actually do it.
Yeah, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I don't think so. And the thing is like this is a problem, Melanin. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, I'm not picking on you, but this is the thing. He said that psychology in regards to what Izzy said. I know you've been on psychology, and the thing is, Izzy can say this shit. Izzy can attest to this shit, and I can attest to this shit. Izzy used to do these empowerment live streams and atheism live streams for a long ass time. Motherfuckers didn't never listen to shit that he was saying. You know what I'm saying? I used to do streams about cryptocurrency back in fucking 2016. A whole bunch of white people made a whole bunch of money off that shit. And I couldn't get black people to motherfucking listen to me and shit. You know what I'm saying?
How many times did I predict the future like I was Jesus Christ himself?
all the time.
You see what I'm saying? But folks didn't want to listen. No, again, because everybody look, one of the biggest problems we have too is everybody want to be a motherfucking chief. Nobody want to be an Indian. Nobody want to play their part. Nobody want to stay in their lane.
Right.
Nobody. We not ready. Again, and that's why I say we're not ready for war, bro.
Yeah.
We have to get our mind right first. Once we get our mind right, then we can start making them next steps. And I don't necessarily disagree that you can defeat a violent system with nonviolence. I don't necessarily disagree with you.
Right.
I think you're about 10 steps ahead of the fucking game and you have no game plan on how that game is supposed to be played.
Especially when you still have other black people that will kill you to defend that system. Because they don't know anything else and they're scared of living without it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
So how do we break that? How do we get out of those chains, bro?
Right. And that's why I say the first thing that before we can even think about dealing with white supremacy, the first thing that we have to do is deal with ourselves. That is the very first thing that we have to deal with. Do silly, easy, mundane shit like understanding why you should or shouldn't vote for certain politicians. Very simple concepts and shit. You say like, okay, well, don't vote for motherfucking Democrats. Oh, well, the voting that never does shit for black people anyway. Okay, well then shut the fuck up and don't vote. But there's other motherfuckers that don't have that same understanding of the political system as you. I mean, like, I'm just curious, like, do motherfuckers really, like, if your kids are at school and you happen to walk past the classroom and you hear the teacher teaching them arithmetic, do you go in there and tell the teacher, oh, listen, shut the fuck up, bitch, this shit don't matter, you need to teach the child algebra because everybody knows 1 + 1. Who does that? Who does that shit?
Black folks only do it to black folks.
I don't get it.
We have to stop that shit. That's the type of mindset we need to fucking break. We need to break that shit.
Yeah, we need to break that shit, and we need to stop grouping other people with us. If we're talking about, there's no need for Asian people to be brought up when you're talking about some shit. Like, I hear you, bro. It's black and Asian people. No, talk about black people. Asian people don't want anything to do with you. Matter of fact, they have a hate crime bill to protect them from dealing with you. Like, what I don't understand.
Your ass in fucking prison.
Yeah, like, what is it that people don't understand about this shit? Like, why do people have to validate themselves through acceptance?
Why are you so worried about fucking getting some allies when all the so-called allies that you've ever fucking seen, the flow is only gone one way, us helping them. Nobody helps us.
And you got 20 allies in here that you telling are doing everything wrong. There's 20 motherfucking allies in here that are trying to get shit done that's going to empower you. But
you over here worried about some Asian folks.
And where's some Asian folks at in here to help it with your empowerment? Where they at? How is the Andrew Yang thing working out? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely, Gemma.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, that's facts. Demo, you already know I'm right in Ohio.
Right. There's a lot of there's a whole bunch of land in Wyoming. I've told this shit to y'all motherfuckers. There's 1 million people in Wyoming. Black folks can move to Wyoming in herds.
Yeah.
And start buying up motherfucking land.
But black people don't know how to filter water. Black people don't know how to grow crops. Black people don't know how to do any of that kind of shit.
And again, you still over here looking for fucking some sort of acceptance from somebody. Bro, see, and this is one of our biggest problems. There is no black and. You have no allies, sir. I don't know why you think in your head that you have an ally. The only ally you have and the only allies you should be trying to make is black folks.
And you have to be selective with black people because every black person ain't your ally neither.
Okay, it's an isolationist mentality. Okay, you name a time when fucking any other group has came to our aid and actually made legitimate change in our community. And don't feed me during civil rights. Don't feed me fucking none of that bullshit because I'll destroy those fucking ideologies real quick. Name a time when other groups came to fucking help black folks and they actually made the push and got the change that we were trying to get our way.
I got a better idea because I get really tired of wasting my time with this shit. You have some Asians that are willing to just go all out for black people. They shouldn't have any problem coming on the platform and laying out their plan. So bring them on.
There ain't a time in history.
And we'll listen.
Right, I'm willing to listen, but there isn't a time in history that any other group has ever came to the rescue of black folks. None. Zero. Not a single fucking time. Not anywhere.
Okay, well, bring those black people on the platform then and show me those people who they work with who've done empowerment. And what are they doing right now? I mean, if this is some monumental shit, so everybody should know about this shit.
I engage in international business, Izzy. Allies have much interest. No, they don't. You can keep on saying they have interest. What does that interest lead to? That interest is nothing more than interest in order for them to take advantage of a situation. Again, I asked you for a specific time that Asian people have came and actually implemented some sort of change, and you still ain't giving me a single answer.
And my question is also, why do you not want to have your own business?
Still ain't giving me an answer. And absolutely, Kareem, sometimes you need to isolate when you're healing. Not only but healing, but you need to isolate
in order to build the army, make sure everybody is on the same page. Sometimes you have to consolidate the army in order to actually win the battle and the fucking war. That is the art of war.
And another thing is allies are people that are able to mutually do things or mutually exert power. So what power is it that your allies are able to exert over you, and what power do you exert over your allies? Because I guarantee you, you really don't have much power to exert over your Asian alleged allies.
Nope, none, zero, nada. They don't care. The fact of the matter is they have interest in coming up. They have interest to give themselves power. They have interest to take advantage of what you implement. The fact of the matter is all the changes that's ever happened, especially here in America, has been due to Black folks' work, not the LGBT community, not the Asian community, not the Latino community, none. Were there sprinkles of Asians that fucking marched? Yeah. Were there sprinkles of Latinos that marched? Okay. Were there sprinkles of fucking all these other groups? Okay. Sprinkles. And they were only in it because they were going to benefit from it. And it was only sprinkles. The majority of those people sat on their fucking couches in their house, hid away, didn't want to put anything into danger, didn't want to put in any kind of work, and they just waited for us to get it done. There has never been an allyship ever, especially that goes triple for fucking America. Never.
So this is the Africa report, and the last article that I put up from the Africa report talked about how Chinese businesses were abusing Nigerian workers. So I'm curious, did they have those civil rights posters up right next to the wage and labor laws in the break room at those swaps that they set up in Africa?
I got a funny feeling this guy got some sort of Asian interest because he keep on bringing up Asians for some odd reason.
I mean, but the thing is, it don't matter if you have an Asian interest or not. Is be honest. What are Asians doing to empower Black people? And what has your allyship with Asians done to empower you as a Black person? You keep talking about business. Business isn't empowerment. Do you understand that? White supremacy is a global business. My bad.
They don't have mutual interests.
Africa is showing me Chinese chiefs, women birthing new oppressor class, skin lightening. Excuse me if Africa is not the best example for me. No, that's facts.
Right, that's real shit. And the thing is he said, both groups have an invested interest.
What is the interest?
They don't.
I've asked I've asked multiple times, what is that interest, and who determines if that interest is anything beneficial? You might think that the mutual interest is that you get a lifetime supply of shrimp fried rice, or a lifetime supply and a keg full of soy sauce. That doesn't mean shit to me. What is the mutual interest? This is what I'm talking about. And this is dumb shit that's stopping progressive shit from happening.
Because people are so worried about fucking having fucking Asian baby mamas. That's what this shit's starting to sound like.
And
who gonna fucking play?
And I mean, what? So here's the thing, right? And this is that shit. If you have an Asian baby mom, do you realize that Asian baby mom, if she ends up marrying you, what's supposed to happen if you are a man is that she assumes your identity. You're not running. You shouldn't be running from your community to be a part of her identity. That's why women take your last name. So
I sure did say it.
Even if you have a Asian baby mom, what is you running to that going to do to help with your empowerment or collective empowerment? Like that, like this is what I'm saying. This is I don't even want to go there, but like,
bro,
make sense.
This
This is the problem, bro. This is the type of shit that I'm talking about, bro. I've been talking about this shit for so long. I've been telling people this shit for so long. And he is literally proving my point. He is so vested in thinking some group that does not give two shits about him has any kind of vested interest in anything. They don't. We've both asked you very specific questions, and you ain't been able to answer either one of them. Neither one of them. I told you, bro. I told you this might be a lost cause, man.
Yeah.
I don't think motherfuckers is ready to fucking handle this shit. Motherfuckers is worried.
I'm going back. What do you guys think? Let's take a vote real quick. I'm going back to Abba and Preach reaction videos.
I'm telling you, bro.
Who has a mutual interest? My bad. I just gotta ask. Who has a mutual interest? I'm not sure if you're aware. Oh, my bad, Shatira. Yeah, you're right though. That is problematic. But I meant to highlight this comment. How does any other group have a mutual interest with us? What resource or asset do Black people as a collective offer any group to even want to have a fucking mutual relationship with us other than exploiting us for stupid shit like being dummies and voting because somebody put the damn poll up with some female sliding up and down it? What you have to ask yourself that question. What kind of interest would a group as dominant as Asians have in an allyship with us? People only use us as a springboard for their own empowerment. Have you not picked up on the pattern?
You notice what he keeps on doing. He keeps on. See, I think he has a vested interest in fucking Ling Ling Putang, bro. Like real shit.
What the? I don't understand. Even if you like Asian women, what the fuck do that have to do with your? I don't get it. I don't understand it. What does that have to do with you as a Black person and your empowerment? Because what you got to understand, hey, you might like Asian women. That's fine. I don't know if you're aware, but you know, a lot of times Asian people, Asian culture does not claim a mixed Asian and Black child. Are you aware of that? There was an Asian woman in Compton who got killed and she was mixed. Where was her Asian family at? They weren't on the damn news report. It was her Black family. And her Black family was on the news looking dumb as hell with an Asian lawyer saying the same dumb shit you're saying. If you're going to deal with a interracial relationship, I'm all about that shit. Understand the dynamics and don't fucking lose your fucking self in that shit. You have to understand that if you're a man, then that woman is supposed to be taking your identity. She's supposed to be assuming your identity with you. You're not running to hide yourself under her identity. That is some fucking dumb shit.
Like I said, bro, if this is the ideology that we have as Black folks today, bro, we're in a whole lot of trouble.
That's that gender war shit. That's that stupid ass. That's that red pill shit, man. That's one of the reasons I can't fuck with that shit. Because that's encouraging motherfuckers to have that kind of like understanding of themselves. And that shit's not, what is that helping? How's that helping? You think that's an ally? Asians aren't a dominant group. How are Asians not a dominant group? You know, the only group that's not dominant on the planet is Black people. We're the only group that's not dominant. Asians have control over the Asian continent collectively. China has one of the strongest militaries on the planet. North Korea has one of the strongest. They had a fourth largest military on the planet. Look at Russia and the United States, Europe and North America. We are the only people as a race that does not have collective control over the continent where we're from. What are you talking about? Asians aren't a dominant group. Asians they can institute systemic Asian racism on multiple continents. They have it in Asia and they have it in Africa. Are you serious? They're so powerful that they can institute their own form of systemic racism. What are you talking about? They're not a dominant group.
Asians make up 4.2 billion people on the fucking planet. It's the biggest population of any group, period. They run their own continent. They run their own fucking countries. They run everything
with
Even the
multiple
countries
powers.
that
With
right.
multiple powers. They have 3 nuclear capable powers. 3: Japan, China, and North Korea. And basically North Korea is a rogue company that's they fuck with whoever. As long as they against the United States, they basically a hitman rogue country. If Japan suddenly have beef with the United States, North Korea, you know, get them the military for free. They'll back China if China run into some shit with the United States. They'll fuck with Russia. Like, what are you're this is the delusion, man. Like, this is some delusional shit. This is the delusional shit. This is like when all them motherfuckers be in Kevin Samuels live chat and they think that there's 15,000 high value motherfuckers in the chat. What value are you? What value is there? Like, what value do we have that anybody would want to allyship with us? That's one of the other reasons why it only makes sense for us to ally with ourselves. Because if you're not allying with anybody with a mutual interest, you're being exploited. What's going on in your relationship? Exploitation. Yeah, and Atan, facts. India. Exploitation. And that's facts, Delmo. We can't save everybody. You're right. My bad, bro. Go ahead. I got on the rant.
Nah, you was right on it because
Indians are dominant. Indians absolutely are dominant. They have one of the largest populations on the planet. They're a BRICS nation. They're in with Russia. They're allied with the United States. India has a wonderful setup. They're just poor collectively, but their government is dominant. Go ahead. My bad, bro.
Nah, go ahead. You keep on going, brother, because you know what? Because if I say anything, you know what I mean? I'm trying not to be disrespectful to the brother, but, you know, the fact of the matter is he's caping mighty hard right now, and I'm kind of wondering why.
My thing is,
and he hasn't answered a single one of our questions. He hasn't, and the reason is let's just be honest. Let's just break this shit the fuck down. Let's just be honest. He hasn't answered anything because he can't.
Right.
And he knows he can't.
That's what I want to know. Is there anything that I've said or anything that I've cited that's been incorrect or illogical? Yeah, and bad seeds. Facts. India has a vice president in America. That's facts. Facts. Of the Brahmin class. You know what I'm saying?
This is the problem. This is why it's so hard to get through to black folks, bro, because every time you know you pose a question, they want to try to pose a question right back, or they want to try to, you know, say something that really don't matter, or they want to move the goalpost in some way, shape, or form. This is the problem with us, man. We are so busy just trying to be right rather than answering the questions truthfully and getting down to the nitty gritty, getting down to the facts. You know what I mean? Because again, we're as a collective, not as individuals, and I'm not calling anybody in here this, but as a collective, we are afraid to do this shit alone.
Yeah. So afraid that you will step in front of anybody that you think actually has a concept or a threat that could possibly be a challenge to the system of illegitimacy. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody in here is saying anything crazy. You have less of a problem with Elon Musk saying that he wants to put a computer chip in everybody's head than I do about saying, let's go over these articles and see why the fuck we shouldn't vote for Democrats. Do you see how insane that is? Like that shit is insane. It's fucking insane. Shatera says, I just want to know how anyone is going to battle with the bullshit that's going on right now. Right. Do you think white people got in this much of an argument about January 6th?
Nope.
So don't add. So This record this live stream, and when people ask, why can't we ever get anything? Why can't we ever get anything? Here you go. This is why. This is why. What did white supremacy do here? But see, and I would, you law, and you right. But the thing is everybody who knows what time it is, they're not going to vote for Democrats anyway, because they know what time it is. But this, in my opinion, is important, because how many times do you deal with this kind of stuff? How many times do you see it? How many times do motherfuckers behave like this and they don't know that they're being that person? You're being that person. You know what I'm saying?
It's like, it's so odd to me that people don't recognize, what this type of shit that's going on.
Right.
It really is. It's like, and this is why it's so important that we go out of our way to make sure that fucking we teach our kids, you know what I mean? These ways of thinking, i.e. critical thinking. This is why it's so important that we start teaching people, our kids, because again, we're getting this from, people from, that are our age. Right. And so it's like our group, our generation, it's kind of like they've given up. And honestly, I think even the next generation is kind of giving up in a very major way.
Yeah.
Because they want to act like no more racism. We need to fucking protect everybody. They're so busy fighting for everybody else's rights but their own.
That's scary. It's easier. You know what I'm saying? What's good with you, Gary? Welcome back. It's easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
It's easier to think about that.
Right. They see it as a win, right? When they can give somebody else what they want, right? They see that as a win. It's like some sort of, what's that? It's some sort of like, win for the ego.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's not really a win, but it makes them feel good. Right? Because it's like they're already mentally defeated so much that it's like, okay, well, I can't get nothing for me, so here, let me go help them get more than me, even though I'm the one that really needs it. You over here fighting the war for other motherfuckers so they can get fucking, houses and fucking brand new cars and shit. Meanwhile, you can't even get a bowl of top ramen.
Man, speaking of which, that's a perfect point. Man, listen to this shit. That just, yeah, you're absolutely right. We about to play this video real quick. I want to know what you think about this shit.
Play that.
What's wrong with variety? What's wrong with diversity? Diverting from one thing to another. Well, maybe nothing, but let's examine it. Examine it for what? To see if it is an improvement over what you already had. And if so, justified by showing by example. Where's the improvement? Which one of these? See, when you start talking about homosexuality or lesbianism, these are not just abstract words. These are talking about you have to do certain things to qualify. So what are these things that you do? And which one of them is an improvement over what has been done? Yes, it's like a person might come around and say, well, hey, I used to kind of be attracted to people, I've had several wives and all like that. Even had a little incest, every now and then, and, but I finally came to the conclusion that people ain't where at all. I'm in the bear. You say, what do you mean you're in the bear? I'm in the bear. I go out in the woods and I chase me down a bear. The bear ain't chasing me, no, I'm chasing them. I have found that that's a wonderful alternative. I mean, after all, man, I mean, let's face it. Look at these marriages and divorces and whatnot. I don't have no trouble with the bears. I mean, I used to didn't think of anything about bears except just going to the ball game, you know. But I found out that, man, if you really snuggle up to a bear, you'll never want to go back doing nothing else. Now, where'd you get that idea? Well, it just came to me one night. Tired of these women. In fact, people was telling me, well, if you don't like women, get you a man. Well, I'm tired of them too. So I'm in the bear. See, now you might laugh, but it's going to come to that if it ain't already. Because there are some people into that. Yeah, they call it, what they call it, bestiality?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, I mean, that might be a wholesale thing. In about another 10 years, they say, well, hey, well, you know, this gay and lesbian thing about played out, man, ain't where it's at. You know, man, everybody's trying to preserve the bears now. You know, I'm trying to get me a panda. You know? Now, what is the point that I'm making? It's a lots of things that the man can do. The man is extremely inventive and extremely flexible. But the basic question is this type of activity an improvement? And if so, why? Otherwise, why are you coming around asking black people who don't even have a roof over their head that this is what they should be pushing now? They don't even have a decent school, a decent job. But now you want them to join the gay rights movement. And that should be their priority. We should drop everything else and make that a priority. I don't see the justification at all. They have some white people who came around years ago and started calling it the rainbow. You know, kind of, you might excuse the pun, tailgating Jesse Jackson's rainbow push for civil rights. And then they got to saying, well, what is this all about? And when the question was asked, they answered by saying, well, it's another division of civil rights.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all the same thing. Discriminating against gays is the same as discriminating against blacks. And a lot of black people say, wait a minute, it may sound like the same thing, but it ain't the same thing. But they were able to shout all of that down. It is the same thing. Why is it the same thing? Because I said so. White supremacy in action again. Always, because I said so. See, but, you know, but that don't, you know, it sounds like it could.
Question: if somebody can just tell you they said so and shut your whole everything down, what kind of allyship do you offer to anyone?
Let me give you guys a hint. It starts with N and it ends with E.
Right.
It also has an O and another N in that word.
Right. And that's the reality that we need to be on, because the thing is that there's, for one, no reason why anything that's illogical should ever shut down any thought process that you have. The only reason why illegitimacy would shut down your thought process is because you've been confused by it.
Sophisticated maximum confusion.
Facts.
Isn't this so funny how it's like everything that we talk about leads back to the same points that we be making all the time, but yet nobody is hearing it? Isn't that very interesting?
Yeah, I
How
don't get it.
we keep on saying the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, but yet there's only a few that's really catching on to this shit.
Yeah.
Whether it's politics, judicial, educational, economic, it comes down to the same fucking shit every single time. That should be telling you something right out the gate.
Right. Because I said so. Let there be light. Why? Why? Because I said so. Let there be lightism. We sat here and wasted an hour and a half on let there be lightism.
Symbolic talk.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
That's what it's all been. It's symbolic talk. That's what it is. This is this is this is this is the thing, bro. And the fact of the matter is you know, sometimes it gets a little discouraging. I'm not gonna lie. I did this shit for 7 years. Kept on teaching and teaching and teaching and trying to get people to think and think and think. You know what I mean? And people fought it tooth and nail.
Yeah.
Tooth and nail people fought this. All I'm asking motherfuckers to do is use critical thinking. Ask
Yeah.
questions. How does it help? When does it help? In what manner does it help? Simple shit. And
Right.
people fight this shit tooth and fucking nail.
Yeah.
Because they're not, it's like, this is what I'm saying. I don't think black folks is ready to really put in that work. Like, we talk a good game. We really do. But when it comes down to actually putting something into action, we don't do it unless it's for somebody else.
Yeah. That's facts. That is big facts. Yeah. Logic instead of falling for anything. You know, and instead of falling for strippers. Are strippers our allies?
Well, of course they're our allies, bro. They have to work hella hard. Do you understand how hard it is for them to work and climb up that fucking pole every day, bro? Of course they're our allies, bro.
Like, this is ridiculous. And see, the thing is this is what's funny, Melanin. The same logic that you're using to tell us that these people who aren't your allies are your allies, you're going to be criticizing somebody for voting Democrat. But they're using the same logic, you know what I'm saying? Saying that the
As you.
Democrats actually want to help us.
Right. They're using the literal exact same fucking logic.
Mm-hmm.
Because we only have a few allies, and one of those allies is the Democrats.
Right.
Don't you see what they did?
Right. Yes. They made a crime bill that locked us up.
This is very interesting. And you notice how, here we are coming full circle yet again. You know what I mean? Full circle yet again. And again, we got to take the long way around this time. You know what I mean? We got to take the long, this shit's funny. Go ahead, bro.
Sometimes we got to take the long way around. Look at this. Ally, the definition of a word. A state formally cooperating with another for military or other purpose. Or the verb is to combine or unite a resource or commodity for mutual benefit. What mutual benefit are black people combining what little resources that we have with these Asian people that you're talking about? What resource or commodity are we providing? And what resource and commodity are we being provided? What are we getting? And answer that question. Do not type any other comment other than an answer to that question. The collective is not ready. Yeah, I agree. Most of our people don't like to see the danger until it's too late. I think they do. I think just negligent. Motherfuckers are driving with nobody behind the wheel, because it's just easier that way.
Everybody's too busy ghost riding the whip right now.
Yeah. Why do you think it's so many content creators that like? It's not really a lot of black content creators that actually like do a diverse amount of content. For the most part, it's either women bitching about men or men bitching about women.
Right.
Crying all day. No, these men are so horrible. Oh, these bitches are so horrible. Okay. Men and women.
Stop it. Nobody want to answer that question.
Right. Men and women are both worse than white supremacy. So the black male content creators that sit around and cry about black women all day, black women are worse than white supremacy. They've beat you down worse than white supremacy. If that's the case, if that's how you feel, then you don't deserve to be called a man, for one. And for two, that's not true. Black women feel that black men have beat them down worse than white supremacy. That's not true. So what I see when I see black people fighting each other is a form of cowardice. It's the same as black on black crime. I see it as a form of cowardice. You are such a coward that instead of turning that anger and vitriol against the system that's actually keeping you down, it's easier to turn it against somebody else that looks like you.
Facts.
That's another reason why I can never get down with that kind of content. I can never get down with that bullshit. And who's behind it all? You know what I'm saying?
System of white supremacy.
Bunch of white dudes.
System of illegitimacy.
Facts.
Come on, man.
Facts. Who's fueling all of that shit?
Which content creators are saying, how can black men and black women get along?
Right. Very few. You know what I'm saying? Not many. It's just dumb. It's just dumb shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then the you also have the content creators, shaming black women for getting an education. There's that. I think that's dumb as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like Kevin Samuels is popularized. I'm a PhD. Nigga, are you one? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you one? You got your PhD in cologne sniffing, scratch and sniff? Is that what you got your PhD in? You know what I mean? I don't see anything wrong with a woman getting a PhD. That's empowerment. Instead of telling somebody they shouldn't get a PhD, you're telling motherfuckers to go around and flick their hair and say, I'm the prize. That's some weak ass shit, in my opinion. That's some female shit. That's not manly at all.
This is one of the biggest reasons why we don't see black men in places of power as much. And it's very, very interesting because, there's groups that's out here talking about, oh, they have PhD. And the question you asked was the right question. Well, do you have one?
Do you have one? I'll tell you who does. I'll tell you who does have one. I'll tell you who does have one. Jordan Peterson has one. And Jordan Peterson corrected old boy from the roommates on a lot of things. Talking points that he just thought, were correct and valid. And he said, no, in our manosphere, that's kind of not how we get down. He said, oh, damn. So yeah, nobody pushed that button that said I'm a PhD when Jordan Peterson was on their podcast. Nobody did that. I find that interesting. So, you know, again, like this beating up women thing, you know, it's not some shit that you see all the damn time. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird to me. It kind of tells a lot about how helpless people feel that they are. You can't fight these race soldiers that's killing your ass, you know what I'm saying, with impunity. You can't fight these people that, you know, if a police officer that looks like you accidentally kills a woman who's not your same race, they throw your ass in jail as if you violently murdered her, like how they violently murdered George Floyd. So what do? You know, beat up a girl. That makes that makes you feel better. You know what I'm saying? You're a PhD. I tell you a million times, you're the size of a linebacker. You know, okay. What's that doing to empower anybody? What's that doing to break the system of illegitimacy? No, nothing. Read some Thomas Sowell books. Fuck out of here. Yeah, fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, I can't with that shit, man. And you know, it is what it is. Let's see how that shit works. Like, let's see the net positive effect of that shit. Then you just had these people, you know, and then so everybody's a feminist, you know. Everybody's a feminist. Woman got an opinion, she's a feminist. She got a PhD, she's a feminist. You know. Don't need an interior designer or, you know, somebody who can tell you how to, you know, wear cologne or whatever, because, you know, you got him to do it. You know what I'm saying? He'll tell you how to do it. Or you look nice in this and you smell good in that. Oh, you know, whatever.
Wow.
Like, it just, that's just my thing, man. I don't think that shit is going to help anybody with anything. And like, I don't think that that's conversations bringing anybody together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, I don't, you know.
All black YouTube is nothing but drama.
It's nothing but drama.
It's just people going after other folks. Black folks going after other black folks. That's it.
All day long. See, like,
That's one of the,
go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I watch white YouTube. I watch white YouTubers. They don't do that shit all day long. Sometimes some people have some beef, you know what I'm saying? But they don't do that shit all day long. You know what I mean? They don't do it all day.
At the end of the day, that's all we doing.
Yeah.
We not doing anything. We go after other black folks. It's really interesting how that breaks down. Like, even when you go into the so-called conscious community, right? So you're talking about like Dan Calloway. Dan Calloway is doing everything he possibly can to rip on black folk. I'm not black. Fucking Harriet Tubman, it was not a real person. And Nat Turner was not a real person. And motherfucking, you know, Abraham Lincoln was a fucking black man. And motherfucking stupid shit. Sonnet is stupid, and they gotta pay me $15,000 for it. But yet, you know, get one white dude up there that want to debate him. He's like, I'll debate you for free. You know, I'll debate you for free.
Right.
All them niggas is dumb. You know, stupid shit. You know, Sonnet
make it make
going
sense.
after fucking right. Sonetta going after Polite. Polite going after Sonetta. Terry out going after Sonetta. Terry out going against it. You know what I mean? Like, it's always on black fucking YouTube is black man versus another black man or black woman.
Why?
Black YouTube is black woman going after black men or other black women.
That shit's dumb. What is it like? YouTube been around for years, right? And a lot of these content creators have been around for years, right? Trump was only in office for 4 years, and do you know how many like conservative networks and conservative news channels with over 1 million subscribers have been formed and found? And what all these motherfuckers do is just report each other's accounts, dox each other, talk shit, and then turn around and talk about how motherfuckers can't build anything. Who first and foremost, who would want to build anything with people that you see constantly destroying shit? This is what I'm saying. So like, what group of people, what Asian person is going to look at a group of people that collectively behave like that and say, you know what, I want to build something with these people? When is the last time you wanted to build something with a lit stick of dynamite? No, I don't want to build anything with a lit stick of dynamite. I want to get as far away from it as I can before it explodes. You don't think that people collectively look at us like that?
Bro, you're taking all the fun out of building shit now.
I mean, demolition, you know what I'm saying? It'll be just like everything else. You know, we do build shit and then it blows up and everybody else picks up the pieces. That's why you got Tariq
And
Nasheed.
profits off of it.
And profits off of it. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed talking about how these Filipino people is getting credit for, you know, New Orleans type food and shit like that. And you know what I'm saying? You got just people just
they have that out here. That's huge out here, bro. Asian folks fucking with Asian folks with Cajun restaurants.
Yeah, how's that work? Not curry, Cajun.
Cajun food. Food from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Gumbo. They making gumbo out here. Catfish. They making, you know what I mean? They give out seafood platters and shit. They do all that shit. It's all Asian folk.
Right.
So
yeah,
I can attest to what he's saying.
And this is and Shatera's right. You see this shit all the time. Let the community burn. I didn't know the motherfucker was on fire, but they talking about let it burn.
I didn't know there was a community.
Right.
Yeah, I said it, motherfucker. I did not know there was a community to burn. That motherfucker been burned.
I'm laughing at you, Law. The way Kevin Samuels look and talk, I can tell he saw his baby shit. That's hilarious. That shit true though. You know what I'm saying? Look, Takes L's is back. What's up, Takes L's? You remember Takes L's? Take L's was trolling like a motherfucker that one time.
Who? Which one is that?
Take L's, remember?
Oh, I can't remember.
Take L's funny as hell. Yeah, but that shit is true though, man. Like, and I don't know, man. Like, something gotta give. I don't know though. I don't know if anything will ever give. All I know is that I see other people, you know what I'm saying, like building up platforms, building up networks, you know what I'm saying, different shit like that. And yeah, I mean, what do? We don't, you know what I'm saying? We can't even have a conversation about shit and stay on topic. And that's like, that's important. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we got to have a level of professionalism, like a level of like what they say, like codification. Yeah, and that's true shit. Asian restaurants have Mexican cooks. They have Salvadorian cooks too. That's facts, Bad Seeds. That's big facts. So how do we get past that shit? Like, how do we get past that? Because, like, you know, like this is one of the reasons why people can't ever really get a unified message. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, with Black YouTube, if you're not willing to take a side on gender issues, you're not going to get big. And I'm cool with that. I don't need to get big. You know what I'm saying? I don't need all of that extra static with them fucking gender retards. Because there's more shit that matters than motherfucking gender issues. There's actual, like, another whole gender that's like endangering all of us, but that's the people don't want to look at that shit. Like, you know, we got like all kinds of other genders and shit now, like LGBTQ. Like, that's like a lot of genders right there. You know what I'm saying?
That's a lot of genders, bro.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of genders. You know what I'm saying?
There's
and
72 like, genders. Did you know that?
That's what they claim. That's what they say. I've never seen any of them. I've only ever witnessed with my eyes a male and a female. That's all I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying?
I've witnessed a chick with dick.
Yeah, no, I've yeah, I haven't witnessed that. Thank God. Or as you would say, thank imaginary God.
Right. But I mean, they're trannies. So there's 3 genders that we have.
Wait, you
You know,
talking
we have to
about
be
like
politically.
hermaphrodites?
Yeah, we got to be politically correct on here.
I've still never
Right.
seen one. I've never actually. I don't know, man.
Met one?
I don't know. I've never known one. You know what I'm saying?
I've
Like
never
I could,
met a hermaphrodite in my life, but I know that they
or
exist.
you know what? Yeah, I know that they exist. I should say I've never discovered one per se. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
that's I've never had that.
yeah, I've never dealt with that either. But I'm just making a point that there's, 3. You know what I
Right,
mean? Not,
right,
but still, it ain't said 3 don't equal 72 though.
right. Exactly, exactly.
You feel me? So, you know, ultimately, it is what it is. You
But
know.
like, and that shit is crazy. And so, like, this is the thing though. Like Shatera said, like, if you don't pick sides on gender issues, then you won't get big on YouTube. So, like, here's my question, right? Like, I'm actually shocked as far as my channel growth goes now. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember when I didn't have like anybody even come to my live streams or my video premieres or even watch my videos. So I'm happy that I even have people that enjoy the content, you know what I'm saying, that I do right now. But my question is though, is this is my question. What are the sides? What are the sides of the gender
Mm.
divide? Like why is there sides? Like how like I don't even understand that shit. Like that shit is insane to me. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I can't answer that question.
I
You
don't
know what I
like
mean?
these
I'm just
women.
like,
I don't like these men. Okay, like how did that shit happen? Like who are like where did that shit start? You know what I mean? I just found out what uncircumcised was this week. Thanks. You found out you didn't wait, hold on real quick. You didn't know what that was? Or you had a discovery per se. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, we like to present a discovery. Well,
well,
like, how's that shit work though,
I
man?
think, uh, look, at the end of the day, brother, I don't have no answers. All I can do is help people recognize that there's a problem.
Right, because there definitely is one. Shatira says that
Yeah.
you would think that you would either take the men's side or the women's side. That's not the case. You're either pro gender war or against the gender war. Yeah, see, I'm just I guess I would just fall under the category of anti-gender war because to me it's dumb as fuck.
Um, I say I'm gonna stay the fuck out of it. My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Yeah, I ain't in it. I don't have a motherfucking problem with motherfuckers like
Look, if you're not sleeping in my bed, I don't I don't give 2 shits about that.
right, not my problem.
I really don't. If you ain't sleeping in my bed, I don't give 2 fucking shits. That's just what it is. I don't care about, and people can say whatever the fuck they want about me, but I don't care about, white issues. I don't care about Asian issues. I don't care about Latino issues. It's not no dig at those groups. It just
They don't
is
care
what
about
it
ours.
is. Right. Well, I mean, it's not that. Well, maybe I should say it in a different way. More like they don't care about ours and they don't fucking feel our issues are important.
Right,
So therefore, I don't feel like their issues are important. And they're not to me.
right,
They're not. So the fact of the matter is I'm just gonna keep on doing me, and other people can keep on doing them, and I'm gonna worry about the issues that are most important to me. And as a black man in this motherfucking country, what's important to me is black shit.
right, which makes sense.
I don't care about nothing else.
That makes sense. So look, check this out. So my question is, right? Anybody who doesn't feel that any changes can be made, let's actually just get a consensus on this. Out of everybody that's in here watching this video, who believes that any changes can be made through politics?
I think there can be movement while we wait for their answers. I think there could be movement, but I don't think there can be any substantial change
Yeah.
with just politics. No.
Right. So what about like everybody talks about quote like this legislation that everybody wants so bad? Well, we don't get any legislation that's specifically for black people. Okay. What legislation do people want? What is it that y'all want? What bill do y'all want? That's my question. What bill do you want? That's how I move in black YouTube. I just mind my business. I don't even fuck with like I fuck with my YouTube channel and the people that I watch, like hip hop cartoons and Tony and Duke and Don, and that's it. Motherfuckers is crazy, heathen motherfuckers, man. Like I'm good. Stay the fuck out my shit. Leave me alone. I got my little group of people that I deal with that come to my videos. I don't want to deal with anybody that you deal with because they doing unproductive shit, and I don't want to be part of no unproductive ass shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Free money
Absolutely.
bill. So what bills do y'all want? We talk about this specifically black legislation. What are the bills that we want? You know what I'm saying? What do we want? What is our expectation?
Well, I mean, we want reparations. That's number one. Number two, we need to increase STEM in our communities. We need to buy land or receive land in one way or another. It doesn't matter how we get it, but we need to get it. You know what I mean? We need to do a little bit more manufacturing in our communities, and we need to do a little bit more of, training in specific areas, you know what I mean, in our community. We need shit. What else? I know we need more. You know what I mean? I can't be the only person that thinks about these motherfuckers. These
No,
things.
you I asked Tony the same question and he said the same thing. Now my question is how could so I agree that those are things that would definitely help. But people really have this thing about specifically black legislation. How would we be able to get bills that would encourage those kind of things passed where the majority of the concentration would be for us? Trades need to come back for high schoolers. Yeah, I agree. A lot of my friends took like OWE when in high school, and a lot of my friends went to vocational school, and that shit really helped, like metals and wood shop and machine tech and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't have that shit in the schools no more.
Nope.
Man, that's crazy as fuck.
Because they can't afford it. You know what I mean? Because there's not enough funding, because all that funding gets siphoned out of our neighborhoods and goes to other more wealthy neighborhoods.
That's crazy. Open the auto shop back up. And bring back the home economics in high school. It's needed. Shit. Who gonna take the home economics classes? The boys?
Wow.
Who's gonna take the home economics classes? The boys? Seriously. The women ain't gonna do it because they working. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're working to get their PhD.
Yeah, I was about to say. They working with their PhDs. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't got time to cook. Maybe the home economics classes nowadays teach you how to get takeout. You know what I'm saying? Or they teach you how to do a DoorDash order. You know what I'm saying? That'll be your pass. That'll be your passing grade. So what do we want though? What's our bills? What are we asking for? What's our thing? Everybody took home economics when I was in school. I took home economics too. You know what I'm saying? So I could make snacks and shit. Yeah, we used to make some little brownies and all kinds of shit in there. We used to fry the biscuit dough and make donuts out of it. Did you?
Yeah, we didn't do that.
You ain't ever do that shit? And make them little cheap ass Pillsbury dough glazed little whack ass donuts.
No, we didn't do that. We didn't. No,
Yeah.
sure didn't.
All you gotta do is just deep fry some motherfucking Pillsbury like them little biscuit things and cut the middle out, deep fry them motherfuckers, and they blow up like a balloon in the motherfucking deep frying shit, and then throw some glaze on there. That's how you make a little simplistic ass donut.
Well,
Basically, affirmative action 2.0.
No, I don't think we need affirmative action 2.0 because that failed miserably.
Yeah, no. I
Well,
agree.
unless it is a black specific affirmative action. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like it would have to be like a black specific, only black specific affirmative action.
Right. And my thing is, Sun God, and I'm not saying this to like go against anything that you're saying or anything like that, but in my opinion, when you're dealing with politics or you're dealing with anything in this system, the safest way to go about it is to never assume that anything was exclusively for you. If they wrote it a certain way, they wrote it that way for a reason. Nothing is by accident and everything is calculated. So the reason why they didn't write something specifically for black people is so that they could water it down and dilute it later. You know what I'm saying? Shatira said she sold a teddy bear.
She sold a teddy bear?
Nah, she sold one. Like she made one, like a homemade one. You know what I'm saying? She sold that bad boy together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did the teddy bear. That's what we did. We did teddy bears. We did teddy bears, and we had the eggs that we had to keep as babies.
So this is my question, right? This is what I'm saying. So everybody talks about like code, right? And being on code. Like you have to be on code, right? In my opinion, if everybody was on code, we'd all know exactly what legislation or what politics we want done for 2022's midterms. We'd all know. We know what Trump supporter, everybody talks about Trump supporters, right? I only ever say that Trump supporters were on code like a motherfucker. Because I guarantee you everybody in here knows the Trump supporters' political objectives and the reasons why they voted Trump in more than you know the reasons why you voted for any politician, if you even voted for any. Why did white people want Trump in?
Because he wanted to make America great again.
And how did he do that? How did they say that he was going to do that?
He was going to eliminate black folks, or try.
Like how? Like how?
And like the thing is when somebody says let's make America great again, they're
That means make
usually
America white
thinking,
again.
right? They usually mean somewhere between the early 1900s and 1954.
Right. But this is my thing, though. I'm talking specific accomplishments or specific policies. What did they vote Trump in for? For one, they voted him in to reverse everything that Obama did, right? That's one thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
For two, it was to stop DACA and to stop dreamers, right?
Mm-hmm.
For three, it was
trying to slow down their fucking genetic annihilation.
Yeah. Building the wall. Another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we could say to slow down the genetic annihilation. We can say that for building the wall. So that's a lot of shit that don't have nothing to do with us that we can rattle off the talking points for. Now, what was it that people voted for Joe Biden to do? Specifically, what was it that Joe Biden was supposed to do? Because we just named a couple of things specifically that Trump was supposed to do. And, you know, most black people don't support Trump, or a lot of black people admittedly won't admit to supporting Trump, or, you know, a lot of black Trump supporters are just coons. There's all three of those scenarios, right? But regardless, I guarantee you most motherfuckers that didn't vote for him know the reasons why motherfuckers voted for him, but don't know the reasons why they voted for who they voted. Isn't that kind of like counterintuitive? Isn't that weird?
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like that's kind of that's kind of odd, right?
Look, I detect no lies. That's why you hear me being silent as fuck, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So like we gotta ask ourselves about that shit though. Like we gotta ask ourselves about that shit. We know more about a motherfucker that we supposedly hate, a motherfucker that supposedly we had to get the fuck out of office. We know more about that than we do about motherfuckers that we actually supported. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit gotta come with some kind of accountability. We was negligent. You know what I'm saying? Some lifelong Republicans even voted for Biden to get Trump out. Okay. What was the policies? What policies did they want? I'm talking about policies. What policy did anybody expect from Biden? I'm gonna ask you a question. Is everybody you know, is everybody happy with this policy here? Are people satisfied with this? Do you feel empowered by this? The Biden-Harris administration advances and equity and opportunity for black people. Look at this. Black people and communities across the country. What kind of shit is that? I'm back. I don't know what the fuck happened. Also, Benton Harbor in Michigan, they are elevated levels of lead in the water in a state of emergency has been called. Yeah. That's been going on for a minute. Michigan been having some fucked up issues with the water.
Michigan is just a clusterfuck of a whole bunch of bad pipes, ain't it?
Yep. Yep.
That's what it sounded like.
People didn't like either choice, but disliked one more than the other. So if I offer somebody the choice of getting shot and killed or stabbed and killed, are you going to choose one, or are you going to try to fight for your life?
Right.
See, like just the fact that people think that they have to take a forced ultimatum is subjugation. You're subjugated. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the reality that we have to come to. Like, look at this shit. Black people and communities across the country. Well, I mean, shit, what the fuck did they even put black people in there for? They may as well have just put the Biden-Harris administration advances equity for an opportunity for communities across the country. Why did they put black people in there? Aren't black people part of communities across the country? So this is a lift all tides policy. So why did they put black people and communities across the country? See, just the fact that they wrote this like this, everybody should recognize this. They should recognize that this is a con game. And I'm going to go ask you something. Would you go buy a used car from somebody who you knew tried to con you? Hey, I got this Nissan Maxima here. It's a 2021. And then you go look up the VIN number and that shit's a motherfucking 2018. Are you going to still buy that car from that motherfucker and recommend your friends go buy cars from him? Or are you going to say, fuck this, I'm not doing business with this shyster ass motherfucker anymore? What are you gonna do?
Natine.
If it's black people and it's a Democrat, well, they still vote for him. You know what I'm saying? People don't care about policies, I guess. Being liked or popular is all one has to do to win in U.S. politics. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think Donald Trump was very popular at first. I don't think a lot of motherfuckers was popular. But I mean, my question is, do you want more policies like this? Do people want more policies like this? I just want to show y'all something real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me see. So when you look at the AAPI hate crime bill, the AAPI hate crime bill does not say for other communities. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know, bro. I think that's the whole point of what we was talking about earlier. It's gonna take a whole group of critically thinking individuals who are not biased and not looking for a confirmation bias. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
To even answer those questions.
Right.
I think right now, I think it's pretty clear that we don't have those answers.
Right.
And you have to work within the system in order to gain what you're trying to find, which is land and economics and fucking the opportunity for employment. And then you grow that, you grow it, you grow it, you grow it, right? And then once you've grown it, then I think you can maybe start having that conversation.
Right. No, I agree. I agree. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Now you feel exactly how I feel when I was doing this stream for so many years and black folks didn't like to listen.
I already know.
But guess what? Here's the great part about it. No. There's 2 elections that are coming up.
Yep.
We have a whole new starting block.
Do you think that people are actually gonna stand on their square and not vote for Democrats?
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I don't because there's too many people that just don't think it's that bad. I think people like it. People are used to it.
Yeah.
You get used to shit. Like Nelly Fuller Jr. had told us too, and it was I think in the last probably a week ago, the video about a week ago, where he said, if you were raised in a cell your whole life, would you realize that, if you were born and raised in a jail cell your whole life, would you realize that there's even an outside world?
Right. No. How
Right.
could you? The only thing you know is inside that cell. So that
Right.
cell would be your world.
And this is the issue that we're dealing with. We're dealing with a whole bunch of Negroes who just are used to it.
Right. Like, look at this coon right here. Condoleezza Rice says January 6th riot was wrong, and yet lawmakers, you should just move on. Just move along. Some more important issues to be worried about on your kitchen table. You know what I'm saying? Some people's kitchen tables you know, they have like the death of their loved ones on it. You know, just, shit like that. You know, shit like Elijah McClain, and they keep doing the body capitalism. You know what I'm saying? No, we'll kill a couple. Yeah, we'll kill a couple of you, and we'll pay a couple dollars for it and keep it moving. Just like Condoleezza Rice said, we'll do what we do and just keep it moving. Got more important shit to worry about.
Yeah, we'll keep on accepting, between 1,500 and 2,500 deaths by the police at the hands of police every year. We'll accept the fact that there's 75,000 women that are, fucking kidnapped.
Right.
We'll accept that, in all of the, all this shit. We'll just keep on accepting it. We'll keep on doing it. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, we just, this is how this is how we're gonna deal with this. It's a plantation mentality that we have to get out of. Yeah, no, I agree.
Absolutely.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Hold on real quick. Look, watch
but
this.
We're so busy trying to save everybody from the plantation. And this is what I was talking about, I think, just recently on one of your streams.
Yeah.
We always trying to save everybody, including our own who don't want to be saved.
Right. No, that's facts. That's facts. So did you see that article that came out where Cory Booker said for everyone to support Biden? Did you see that? Yeah. So I want you to listen to this and tell me what you think about what Cory Booker said about Biden. He said he wants us to support him.
Yeah, we talked about this not too long ago.
Vice President, Senator Booker called your new criminal justice reform plan, quote, an inadequate solution to what is a raging crisis in our country, unquote. Why is Senator Booker wrong?
Well, I think he's wrong. I think we should work together. He has a similar plan. I think that we should change the way we look at prisons. Right now, we're in a situation where when someone is convicted of a drug crime, they end up going to jail and to prison. They should be going to rehabilitation. They shouldn't be going to prison. When in prison, they should be learning to read and write.
Now, what I want everybody to pay attention to, especially like all the black people that are watching this, is black people really need to listen to this and pay attention to this. Cory Booker and Joe Biden are packaging criminality as if dealing with issues involving criminality are black issues. For one, like no other group would even allow these politicians to talk about them like that. But this is your legislation. We are doing something for black people. We changed sentencing. We are doing something for black people. We reduced sentencing times. So this is what you need to understand. Politics is the language of the country. And in this political language, you're a criminal, even if you're not a criminal.
How you like them apples?
How you like them apples? Appreciate the super sticker, Gary.
How you like them apples?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hopefully people wake up.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I can't really say nothing because we've talked about this. We've talked about all this shit. I've talked about this shit.
Yeah.
For years upon years upon years. And the only time black folks ever seem to want to fucking get it is when we on, like YouTube or some streaming service. You know what I mean? And we're saying, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
And that's it.
Then they be like, "Ooh, I don't know, boss. I don't know what them two was talking about, but I sure as hell didn't say it. I don't know what they was talking about, but I sure as hell ain't say it."
Boss, we's sick and we's got to get better. I don't know about them niggas over there.
But we've got to get better. That's what they say. You know what I'm saying?
And they sit in there and learn how to be better criminals. And when they get out of prison, they should be in a situation where they have access to everything they would have had before, including Pell education, including making sure that they're able to have housing, public housing, including they have all the opportunities that were available to them because we want them to become better citizens. That's the essence of what my plan in detail lays out. I'm happy to discuss it more in detail if the senator want to. And so I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does, and I think it's not dissimilar to what the senator said. We should be working together on getting things done.
Senator Booker, your response?
Well, my response is that this is a crisis in our country because we have treated issues of race and poverty, mental health and addiction with locking people up and not lifting them up. And Mr. Vice President.
That was a dog whistle for, we've been treating crack and heroin not the same. That's what that language meant. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I find it funny that fucking Biden is the one that wrote all these bills that put all these black folks into prison where they weren't getting rehabilitation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Got all this money to all these, penitentiaries that, keep black folks essentially slaves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he is an adoso.
Again, you already know. So, I just find it funny, and then that's what he does right there. He twists it all around.
Twist it all around. I did this to help you all. Like, no, you didn't.
No, you have a God complex. That's what you got.
Right. Let there be lightism.
Let there be lightism. That was good. I might have to steal that.
For real, it's yours for the taking. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's not my language. You know what I'm saying? Like Neely Fuller Jr. said, the white supremacists made me use it.
Right.
That's
real shit. That's real shit.
So man, I think we beat the points in. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people don't get this shit yet,
they can't be helped.
Yeah, they can't be helped. Like,
I think we just need to move on to people who do get it and then start coming up with actual plans.
Yeah.
And
that's what me and Tony are doing. You know what I'm saying? We trying to come up with plans because like this shit is redundant.
Mm-hmm.
It's redundant.
I don't know if I ever really want to have this conversation again, to be honest.
Yeah, I could probably live a complete life without ever experiencing this again.
Man, I'm saying, bro. I'm just saying, because it's so tiring, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's tiring, and it's just I don't know if I have it in me. You know what I mean?
I don't have the patience, like, to be honest. Like, I don't have the patience.
Because I'll never stop putting out information. I won't stop doing that. But I'm not finna sit around waiting.
Right. And I'm not about to be like sitting around like battling with people either. Like, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you feel that your model of empowerment is more effective than mine, then do it. Leave me the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody got a gun to anybody's head making anybody do anything. The only people that have a gun to motherfuckers' head is, take a wild guess, white supremacists. And I guarantee you're not going to argue with them. So don't argue with me because I'm not out here trying to hurt you. You know what I mean?
I'm not trying to hurt you.
I ain't trying to hurt you. It's true, not to be mean, but you can only tell a kid not to stick his finger in an electric socket. And that's how it seems nowadays. Man, ain't that the truth? Don't blow dry your hair in the bathtub. Don't do it. Up, you did it. You know what I'm saying?
You can't drag a horse to water. Well, you can drag a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink that shit. You feel me?
Right. You can drown them, but you can't force them to drink. You can't
I'm
force them to
saying.
drink. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying.
So,
And I
man,
think that's just where I'm at. That's just where I'm
yeah,
at in my life right now. So, I'll probably what I'll do if I have to deal with that, I'll probably, send people to this stream and be like, go watch this stream.
shit. I'm about to start doing reactions again. I'm tired of this shit. I'm about to start reacting to Alba and Preach videos again.
Yeah, have fun with that one. I'm not doing that fucking ridiculous shit. But if there's ever a controversial topic he talking about, I might have to.
Oh, they're always talking about some controversial shit, but sometimes I agree with the shit they say, sometimes I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If Kevin Samuels wasn't so crazy about his content, I'd do some reaction videos to Kevin Samuels too. But I stopped doing that shit because he started saying he was gonna report people's platforms, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool on that shit. Like, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you blew up off of World Star reacting to your video, but like, you have a problem with other motherfuckers reacting to your shit. Okay. All right. Like, that's cool. I won't then. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
I'm not arguing. You hear me not saying that because I'm not finna argue this shit, bro. I'm just not doing it.
No, I feel it. I feel it, man. Well,
I'm
shit,
just
man.
not gonna do it.
I think we
Anyway,
let's hop up off of here, man, because like I think we beat this point
I'm
into
down.
the floor.
I'm down. I'll be back Wednesday.
Oh, you to Wednesday night,
Yep.
11 p.m.
Yep. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll probably go. And this Wednesday, I think I'm gonna do a clubhouse before the show.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And I might even, if the room is cool and people are having a conversation, because we did have a room, not that long ago when we were talking about CRT, and it was like really popular. So, I'll probably do a pre-show conversation on Clubhouse, and
Was there white people in it?
In the conversation, not much actually, because I didn't really allow it.
Good.
I didn't allow too many white folks, because the white folks we were bringing up, they kept on trying to argue against CRT, and they couldn't answer any questions. When I asked them, well, what is CRT, they couldn't answer it. So if they couldn't answer that basic question, then there was no reason to have them up on stage.
That's how it is. Yeah, see, Gary says that my reactions are fire. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I think I will. I'm gonna do some more reactions. I'm gonna do some reactions like once or twice a week and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is redundant. I mean, it's not like, you know what I'm saying, like redundant, like, I'm not gonna like talk about political issues and shit, because I'm still gonna do the news, because y'all know I'm an information junkie. But like, man, I just can't, like, we're trying to explain shit to motherfuckers anymore. Like, I just can't. I lose my patience with that shit.
Well,
That's
you
one of
know
the
what
reasons
I'll
I
be
don't debate.
doing.
That's why I don't like. That's why I always be laughing. Like when like, you know what I'm saying, you'd be like, I'm gonna send you some reaction videos. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what's up, Shatera. I'll do that shit. Hell yeah. I'll react to them motherfuckers.
I'll be fucking trying to teach motherfuckers how to fucking have critical thinking skills.
I'm telling you, man. That's one thing I'm not about to do. I don't do that shit. Like, I'm not about to sit there and debate.
I'm not gonna argue critical thinking skills. I'm gonna teach critical thinking skills.
I ain't even doing that. It's too much. Fuck that.
I have to. I have no choice. I feel like I have an obligation.
I got an obligation to drink water and eat and breathe.
I mean, outside of those obligations, you know what I mean? Because I don't have any, other obligation. But I do. I think it's important that Black folks learn to critically think. And so I will always teach that.
See, like the thing is, like Shatera said, how do you teach it? Like you can actually teach it because, like, lightweight, right? Like there's a couple different ways you can teach it. Like for one, there's critical theory that you can teach, and that somewhat teaches people how to critical think. And then there's the scientific process, which really teaches people to critically think. But like if when you're I hate to say this shit, man. I hate to sound like this, but like there's always an issue with teaching Black people because like Black people don't believe other Black people. I literally have a master's degree in business. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers can look that shit up. And like I tell motherfuckers all the time, like different shit that they can do. Black people either refuse to listen to educated Black people and will only listen to like con men and YouTubers who have like validated education, or white people. Like that's all Black people will listen to. Be like, yo, I went to this certain school, I got a degree. You got a white man's degree. You don't know shit. Do you? But white men who got white men degrees got their degrees from the same white men schools, and you like listen to them.
Look, you're better than me.
You know what I mean? Like the white man at the white bank that you keep your money in got his degree from the white man's school. You know what I mean? Like that shit don't make sense to me. Like I be listening to that shit and I'd be like, man, this shit is retarded. So what Black man university could I have went to that would have satisfied people? If I had went to a Black man university, like if I had went to a historically Black university or whatever, motherfuckers would be like, you ain't learned shit there. Why didn't I learn shit there? So like if I get a degree from a white university, that's not good enough. If I go to a HBCU, I didn't learn shit there. This is the dumb shit. The dominant society hates us regardless. So our gender issue, Tarek must be like on another part of the video.
Probably.
But I agree with what he says though. Here, the dominant society hates us. Oh shit, hold on. The dominant society hates us regardless. So our issues gender wide need to be kept in house. Yeah, I mean I agree with that. I think that all issues that motherfuckers have need to be kept in house. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people that agree, that disagree ideologically, like that shit needs to be kept in house. But you know.
But the question is how is you gonna keep it in house? Are you gonna call out motherfuckers? You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But one thing I do know is I'm about to pass the fuck out. I need to take my ass the fuck to sleep.
I feel you, bro. I told you, man, I was on my white boy shit today. So
that's hilarious. I ain't mad at it.
And I'm done. I'm done with that shit. I have such a headache.
Yeah, I
white
see.
boy shit.
Yeah. Then you about to go argue with some motherfuckers about critical race theory
on Wednesday.
You gonna have that shit gonna cause a reflux, a rebound headache, fucking with that shit,
bruh. That's 2 days, man.
Dude, are you trying to sound fucking evil? Trying to sound fucking evil? I'm a fucking devil. You don't know, dude. There's fucking poor white people too. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yes, you're the devil. Yes, you're evil. Yes, your ancestors were evil. Any other questions you got? See how simple that shit is?
That's literally what it is. Dude, we're all fucking the same. Like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Like, we're all fucking the same.
We're not the same.
No, we are, because I'm white and I say so. But I'm not racist though.
Okay. All right.
Like, I'm not fucking racist, but I'm white and I say so. Like, the fuck.
Okay, but you are.
Fuck, motherfucker.
And I do say so. So I'm Black and I say so, bitch. You know what?
That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean shit.
on this
But
stream,
all lives
brother.
matter. But all lives matter, dude. Like they all fucking matter. Like every last one of them, except for yours.
Except for yours. You don't know your daddy anyway.
Right. Like, dude, if it fucking mattered, dude, like, you know, like we'd be doing something together to, like, you know, fucking take care of like all the fucking crime in Chicago, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really fucking bad there.
Right, because it's my job to fix Chicago.
Right.
You didn't know? I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was our job.
I had no idea either. You know what I'm saying? Plane tickets are expensive, and now you got to do shit like nasal swab all the time. So I think I might only be doing Chicago duty like once or twice a month. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts. All right, bro.
All right, bro. Well, all right, everybody. Yeah, it'll be Wednesday.
Definitely do that shit. We're gonna talk about critical thinking, critical race theory. We're gonna talk about fucking atheist shit because I know there's some people, to all the people that subscribed. Please come in. We're definitely gonna open up the show, give people opportunity to call in or join the stream. And we could talk about religion if you really, 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 really want to do that to yourself. But you know,
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely. And
If
we'll
you're a
get back
glutton
on
for
that
punishment,
and we'll get back on the Wednesday night like dual shit like we used to, like in about a week or two. I could just work this motherfucking schedule out. You know what I'm saying?
and actually, just to let you guys know, I am probably going to change the days
Oh, okay.
on it, like probably like Mondays or some shit. I don't know. I have to figure
That's
that
cool.
out but it won't be for like another 3 weeks or maybe a little bit longer than 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's cool. Shit, we'll figure that shit out.
So
We'll figure that
yeah,
shit out.
so make sure you guys follow. But we're gonna get into it, man. But until then, stay real, stay black, stay doing your motherfucking thing. You already know what it is.
All right, y'all. You already know what it is. If y'all haven't subscribed to Reality Check Virtual Radio, make sure y'all go over there to Reality Check Virtual Radio and subscribe. Also, make sure that y'all subscribe to our dual account, Blacklight Revelations and Reality Check Virtual Radio. Do that because we're gonna be using that to do some live streaming and some content on soon. If y'all not subscribed to this channel, make sure y'all hit the bell and subscribe to this channel. And we will catch y'all on the next one. All right. Peace.